paid to be excited. I'm not sponsored. Okay. Survival. Unknown coming soon. I guess there's going to be like a Giga Hard mode or something. Alright, well, survival difficulty. Manage health, hunger, thirst, and oxygen. Respawn upon death, but drop some items. Let's do it. The flight to the desert world Zezura will last 14 years. It is a one-way trip. When you awaken, your new life begins. Oh. Triage. I'm going with the blue. That's my name color.
Body print complete. PDA implant reset to factory settings.
I think I might need to turn down the probe.
Warning. Atmospheric pressure above human maximum.
Okay, I was like, why is it so goddamn blurry? Hold on. You've set. What do you mean I have settings changes that I didn't change anything? Hold on. I'm gonna turn down the sound a little bit. I think it's a little too loud.
Projected lifespan 13 minutes. Adaptation required.
It is weird. Why is the game still at 60 FPS though? Pressure tolerance. Highly pressurized air is destroying your lungs. Adaptation required. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to change the graphic settings. We are gonna have to change some stuff here. Fucking restarting the game is recommended. Yeah, that's a lot better now. Boot Noah.
I am Noah. You're the QI. Your life is my job. My job is your life. I wish I could make full introductions, but courtesies must wait. We are both going to die if we stay here. There's another Noah node in the life pod outside. Get me there and I can get us both to safety. You are burning in slow motion. Under 60 atmospheres of pressure, oxygen becomes a neurotoxin. Nitrogen bubbles saturate your flesh and pry your joints apart. I've opened the door to the adaptation chamber. Your printed body can borrow tricks from indigenous life. You'll feel better. You'll be better. The last pioneer didn't make it to the life pod. I'm activating their black box signal. You will make it. That's why you're the QI.
So I'm a clanker too? I got printed?
User death imminent. Proceed to adaptation.
User death imminent. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna turn down the sensitivity.
Thanks to Terra Pioneer Nanotech, your body can adapt survival traits from a Zezuran rat.
A rat?
Proceed to the sampling pavilion.
I can be a rat.
Tampering detected. Uncatalogued donor organism in pavilion. Gene donor found. You must adapt alien traits to survive.
Yeah, shove it in there.
Adapting trimethylamine, N-oxide synthesis. Pressure tolerance increased. Vital signs stabilizing. Congratulations. This orb is now your relative.
Ooh. Abstraction flare.
Scanning for necessary adaptation. Please work.
Can stack items in inventory in this game without mods? I mean, I'm sure some items stack. Oh wow, the inventory... I feel like the inventory in the first game was bigger? Maybe you can get like expansions though.
Barometric depth gauge activated.
Oh wow, this is cool.
A serious accident has occurred. Your sleep bay has been separated from the cicada. You must reach the surface and send a distress call. There are no other life pods in inventory. Unless you can return with rescue, hundreds of stored colonists will remain trapped here.
Oh, so you get reprinted when you die. I see. Interesting. Yeah. Really? Are you using DLSS? What are the settings? Like, low? Really? I feel like it should run okay. Maybe, wait, have you updated your drivers? Done, thank you. The sleep bay was extremely confined. Assess mission state.
My full name is Noetic Advisor Node, ISV CIDS B3. Between us, I prefer Noah. You are the QI, the qualified investigator. Wear it with pride. We have made violent planetfall. I don't know the status of the pioneer colonists, the cicada, or the 40,000 souls stored in its quartz memory. I am just one Noah node. I print and support the colonists stored in Sleep Bay 3. But if things go wrong, I am authorized to print a QI or two for troubleshooting. If we're going to complete the mission to build a human future on this world, you will have to lead the way. Are you ready to begin?
The cicada or the 40,000 souls stored in its quartz memory? Interesting.
I can't release the life pod. The clamps have corroded shut. The tyranny of matter. You'll have to swim out and release them manually. They're on the back of the pod, outside the passenger window. Mind your breath. I can't release the life pod.
Okay. In the back of the pod? Shit, are we gonna get like launched out? Kinda wanna explore a little bit though. Oh, wait, my oxygen.
Oxygen.
Is this game on UE5?
Print terminated by barotrauma.
Borrow Trauma. That's a game I played.
Oxygen.
How quickly do you die when your oxygen runs out? Do you like fade to black like in the previous game? Yeah. Hey, Lacrimosa, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you very much. All right, let's launch.
Life pod release. Trajectory error. Collision. Thrusters disabled. Clearing main thrusters.
No.
Stand by. Thruster function restored. Brace for corrective reorientation. Collision. Obstructions detected. Increasing thrusters.
Yeah, just blast through that shit.
Parachute.
Woo!
Release firing mechanism failure. Brace for impact. Wake up. Starnav does
Ooh,
not
it's bright.
recognize the sky. Titan-class biosignature on the horizon.
Oh, damn. Cinema. The fuck is
You are
that?
not on Zezura, Pioneer.
We have a fabricator. Grease, copper wire, water. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, one sec, chat. What's the second game like? Is it worth buying? I don't know, man. I just started. Can't really tell you. I got some soup. Holy shit, what is that? It's a space whale. Morning soup? Hell yeah, bruh.
Locating the colony is your best chance of survival. A prolonged search will require food and water.
Fuck. Air bubble. What is that? Oh.
This organism filters brine into drinkable fresh water. This may be an adaptation
Jesus.
to the seawater's anomalously high viral load.
Oh, you get a storage here.
From hand tools to corrosion-resistant habitats, titanium is an ideal structural material.
Gotta get up. I think our first priority should be making an air tank.
Seawater sampling detects a source of genetic adaptations.
Can I drop
in
it
this
in
region,
here?
tracking a bloom of viral activity at the same source. Investigate with caution.
What is an air tank? 2 titanium, a rubber, and 2 silver. Can make water? Oh, I think they sped up like the crafting animation. That's nice. It's a big sipper. This could be dropped in the water. Yeah, I know. What is that? I keep getting, like, fucking gooped on.
Is key to simple electronics. Bacterial action creates copper on cave roofs and overhangs.
I thought maybe you could swim away from it in time. Does it stack?
Seek medical attention.
Jesus. I guess it's just being in like the nearby area.
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Notice the intrusive and persistent HUD icon.
I wonder if they made
Return
it.
to the life pod at your convenience.
Okay, wait.
Remember that you are in command of the mission.
You need fiber to make. Okay, I can make titanium upper wire. I wonder if you can craft from nearby containers. Probably not. Actually, wait, let's see. Wait, no, you can. Because I don't have any copper on me. And there's 2 in the crate. It's a sin at this point. Yeah, I mean, if they didn't have that, I would be gravely disappointed. Do we need to make a scanner again, I wonder? Oh man, I can't wait to get deeper, chat.
Oxygen.
What are these?
Do not hesitate to use alien life forms for survival purposes. Oxygen, unexpected complexity.
Man, I kind of want to go over to that big thing. There's a lot of these water fishies. Clown crab, I can't take those. Can I craft like a knife? You move faster with empty hands? I actually don't know. It's a good question. So it puts it in your inventory.
Critical warning. Stomach failure. Expected Zezuran proteins. Found unknown alien tissue.
Oh. Oh. Wait. Oh, I can make rubber from the sacks. Okay. We just need to find silver. Okay, let's make the multi-tool to start.
Of all the equipment available to TSF Frontier,
And also make an air bladder.
only this demilitarized switch axe is approved for colonial fabrication. In untrained hands, firearms are primarily used to harm other colonists or the self.
If it's in your inventory, can you move it? Is there a way to like... I guess you could do that. Alright, well we gotta find silver. This guy's kind of fast. Where do you think we can find silver, chat?
Colony structure located. There may be clues to the location of the main habitat.
Habitat builder.
Oxygen.
Let's go in the welcome center. Oops. Well, that was a waste. Requires battery. Oh, I can go.
Oxygen.
Whee! Detonator. Can I hit it? I guess this thing just spawns the air bubbles.
Acid can be used to make
Oh.
basic chemical batteries.
Oh, there was titanium there. Holy shit, wait, that was a lot of titanium from that. My god.
Oxygen.
Uggo hammer. What the? Oh yeah, you can inhale the air bladder too. Oh, I wonder if I need enough speed to go down in here. Well, I guess we can get some more of these things for the rubber. Oh, I can cut it?
There is no sign of plant life on this world. This waxy fiber is closer to fiber,
Oh, fiber.
latex than cellulose.
Nice.
Should expect protein.
I don't know how the air bladder works. It gives you air, but I don't know if it needs to be refilled or if it's like a one-time use. Like, is it just useless now? Oh, it refills once you surface. I see. Yeah, you can use it to ascend as well. Oh, you can make oily salad. Ew. Oh, we can make a battery. Requires fully functional fabricator. Oh. Okay. Oh wait, we can make fins. Well, not yet, but... We do kind of need some food, though. Is there storage on the ship anywhere? I guess not. Yeah, the base inventory is quite tiny. Oh, it's getting dark, chat. It's pretty, though. We need those fins. Oh, we can get more fiber from that.
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience. Oxygen.
Oh, wow. Damn, this thing ascends you fast. Holy. Oh man, it's so pretty at night. I need more I need more storage, dude. So wait, this is not... I can't eat this? Bro, what can I eat? This is not good. Talk to the ball. Yeah, I know. They said I should talk to them. Strong acid?
I printed 26 colonists before the sleep bay drowned. Many of them more than once. This is my purpose. To reincarnate you from digital storage, support your work, and if necessary, reverse your death. If I lose track of my colonists, I am empowered to send a qualified investigator to track them down. Do this for me, and I can offer you hazard pay, credit against your contract debt. Risk code, Sierra Ordinal Warrant 2. I am already searching for the black boxes of the missing colonists. Stand by for search locations.
My contract.
Downloading colony manifest to your PDA.
When is full release gonna be? I think they said 2 years.
I'm monitoring noxiously elevated viral loads in seawater. Heavy metal assays detect bone-blistering levels of cadmium, lead, and chromium. This planet is already killing you. We have to know if the life pod biobed can help. Find a convenient way to die. Your black box will phase your mind to the biobed. I'll print you in a new body. You can return to your point of exit to retrieve dropped items. Regular reprinting may help slow down environmental
The AI is telling me to
contamination.
die.
It's not a long-term solution, but for now, we have to triage.
Okay. Okay.
Standing by to reprint you.
Can I just like...
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert.
drop the shit on the floor?
Life pod at your convenience.
Alright.
Seek medical attention.
Tools? Nah, it's okay. We can come back and get the tools. It's right here. Come kill me.
User death imminent. Reprint complete. You have experienced conditions incompatible with life. Your brain state has been restored to a new body. Some colonists prefer to return to the accident site to retrieve lost items and verify their last print exited cleanly. consult your databank for emotional and philosophical support.
Oh, there is
Death
storage.
is certain for the born, and rebirth inevitable for the dead. You should not, therefore, grieve the inevitable.
Okay. Oh wait, I still have the tools. Oh yeah, there's nutrient blocks in here. Nice. Where's my water? Alright. I lost the battery? Didn't I put the battery away? Oh. You're right. Alright. Okay, well, let's go put the battery in that, I want to make the fins, though. Okay, wait, hold on. Let's see. We need to look for the red or, like, the orange orbs. You'd think they would be pretty easy to spot. We need rubber. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Fuck you. Oh, there's air in here. They look yellow at night? Oh, maybe. Oh. Yeah, you're right. They are more like yellow. Get all the rubber.
Oxygen.
This game much different to the first one. We're like so early on, man. we're like 15 minutes into the game. Go to the tree. I want to get some fins and like an air tank first, though, before I do that. Oh, so it auto-equip the fins? Okay. Well, I guess we can't get the air tank. I'm trying to think, is there anything else that we can craft? Oh, the scanner would be nice. We need to find quartz. Nice. All right. Where was that? Oh, there it is. Actually, hold on. We had one more.
This isn't Zezura.
Finish my
I thought you should discover that for yourself, investigator. There should be a colony waiting for us. Your fellow pioneers, my fellow Noanodes, working together to break ground for those who still sleep. Instead, silence. Not even the cicada answers. We are alone. I've sent your PDA the standard survival guide. While you pioneer the area and fabricate your tools, I'll apply myself to the life pod sensors. Contact. I've located the black box of Anita Gottschall, the colony purser. Partial voice data retrieved.
We're so hungry.
Anita always liked to watch you shuffle cards. She said you had a knack for holding things. Find out what happened to her. Signal location uploaded to your PDA.
Okay. All right, sorry, I'm done with my soup. Buddy. Get out of there. Oh.
Oxygen.
All systems online. Power connected.
Welcome back, Pioneer. I'm Sophie Boucher, Kurultai surgeon. By now you know we're not on Zezura. We call this planet Proteus. We don't know when rescue will find us. For the sake of all our sleeping friends, we have to learn how to survive. Naima?
Hey, fellow dead slave. I'm Naima Nakota, ecologist. Take a sip of seawater. Notice that sweet blood taste under the salt? That's a toxic dose of heavy metals. Nobody survived past 3 months. It's a beautiful place to die over and over again.
But don't let that beauty seduce you, Pioneer.
This fish looks so weird.
Exposure to Proteus causes a delusion we call Maysfield syndrome. The call of the sea. People may tell you it's a gift. Ignore them. You remember what Kara did to our homes. You know
Jetfish.
we can't trust alien biology. We've set up a lab here with a few basic biomods. They're safe. But if you start to hear voices, or if you get the urge to swim to the tree, don't go. Habitat is due north. We'll come pick you up.
Due north.
See you soon, Pioneer.
I'm in. Having a look around. This structure was connected to Sleep Bay 3 until the bay suddenly
Holy shit.
moved. Picked up and hurled a full fathom into the deep, with you and I aboard. 20,000 hours earlier, a hard line leading to a habitat complex in the north was deliberately cut. Why? And if I am not mistaken, and I never am, this node was killed by an explosion below the structure. More mysteries for the qualified investigator. I've retrieved 2 messages. I think you should review them. I remember Sophie very fondly.
Picked up and hurled full fathom into the deep.
Hello, I am Zigimantus Tarvilus, formerly EVA engineer on Mongolian steppes. Now lead diver of this mess. Here is my formula for a quick base. Fill up on titanium, quartz, and copper. Get your builder tool. Wave it around a bit, check the battery, get comfortable. Build a corridor. Put a solar panel on top. You must have power to make air. Put a hatch on the end. Go inside. Build lockers. At Fabricator, it will draw from your lockers automatically. Nice, huh?
It is nice.
Now you have made a perfect work camp. Later, you can add a room for biobed, processor, scanner station, a real bed, maybe grow some plants.
You'll want to visit the biolab near the entrance and install a passive and active biomod. While less permanent than adaptations, I've been
Biomod.
told they're more fun. Sophie would have cleared anything in there.
Okay.
What if you're the last human being in the whole universe? Wouldn't that set you free? This world is yours to explore, but it is not for man. You'll join us soon enough.
Welcome back, Pioneer. I'm Sophie Boucher, Kurultai Surgeon. By now you know we're not on Zezura. We call this planet Proteus. We don't know when rescue will find us. For the sake of all our sleeping friends, we have to learn how to survive. Naima?
Hey, fellow dead slave. I'm Naima Nakota, ecologist. Take a sip of seawater. Notice that sweet blood taste under the salt? That's a toxic dose of heavy metals. Nobody survived past 3 months. It's a beautiful place to die over and over again.
But don't let that beauty seduce you, Pioneer. Exposure to Proteus causes a delusion we call Mazefield Syndrome. The call of the sea.
Call of the sea.
People may tell you it's a gift. Ignore them. You remember what Kara did to our homes. You know we can't trust alien biology. We've set up a lab here with a few basic biomods.
Yeah, we did listen to this. I didn't realize at first, but now that you say that, we did listen to this. I feel like I wonder where Quartz is. No, I am paying attention to the lore. Clearly not enough, though, I guess. I don't know. Let's just go further out. Holy shit.
Seawater sampling detects a source of genetic adaptations in this region, tracking a bloom of viral activity at the same source. Investigate with caution.
I need quartz so I can make the scanner. The air bladder is actually really nice in this prawn. I'll be honest, I didn't really like the prawn suit that much personally. Maybe there's some quartz down here. I mean, I don't know if the quartz is... something. Oh. I wonder what these distraction flares are for. Maybe for the monsters? Oh, monsters. Oh, what is this? Wake Maker Fragment. Okay. Damn it, dude. We need the scanner. We keep... okay, we need to find quartz. Like, that is our top priority right now. I feel like I should already have found the quartz. Maybe I'm just blind. I feel like it's just all titanium. Oh! I think we found quartz.
This quartz contains dead coral polyps. It may have formed on or near a coral dome.
Oh, there's a PDA here. All right, well, we got the quartz. Honestly, let's just go back. Let's go back and make that scanner. The scanner is like 100% the most important thing to get.
Oxygen.
And it's like because you need the scanner to unlock all the other stuff. Yeah, the hammer is basically the new knife, I believe.
546.
Beautiful.
Riley Robinson used a field scanner to outwit teleporting alien cyborgs and treat his Kara infection. Behavioral economists still debate why Riley abandoned a lucrative motivational speaking career to return to frontier life.
All right. It's surprisingly difficult to drop these things. It's the mission thus far. We don't really know. Well, at the start of the game, they said there's like 40,000 trapped souls who I guess were meant to be printed. The problem is we're like stuck on this planet, which is called what was it? Proteus? Do we need 2 batteries for the underwater place? I don't know. Did we? I don't know. I don't remember that. Make some more batteries, though. The inventory is really small in this game, though, I gotta say. Yeah, I imagine it'll get bigger. Are you talking about this? Wait, this isn't a ship, though. Was there? I don't think there was anywhere to use batteries here. Or I think I already...
Oxygen.
I thought there was some more scannable stuff in here. What is this guy's problem? He actually made it out! I can't read any of this stuff. My oxygen's going down. Ah, the habitat builder. Oh, we got 1 out of 2. Let's see. Let's look over here. This planet is more hostile than the first one? I don't know if I agree with that so far. Honestly, in the first game, there was constantly those guys that came out of their like little pods and ran at you and tried to explode. So far, this has not been too bad, in my opinion.
Are you tired of death and fear? Do you know that this world doesn't have to be our enemy?
Dive elevator? What the fuck is that?
Do you know the day of the Jubilee is coming? When we are released from our debts and allowed to live our lives? Find us at Camp 1.
Can't craft it yet, but we got... At least metal... Well, metal salvages only take up 1 inventory spot, so that's nice. If you want to get titanium, it's best just to go for those. Is that another metal salvage right there? Oh, wait, there's something... I think the wake maker is probably like the sea moth, if I had to guess.
Something large is moving nearby.
No, no, it's not. Don't say that.
Building a process oxygen will unlock new fabricator recipes. But the added mass would sink your life pod. A standalone habitat is the next step on your mission.
Okay. Understood.
Oxygen.
Go! Yeah, the game looks really, really nice.
This colony of worms in a shared membrane has no earthly analog. You have discovered a new clade. Naming rights may be auctioned off or reserved as a gift for that special someone in your future. Oxygen.
Damn. It's so pretty. Alright, well, we're gonna build ourselves a base. Hell yeah. Was that more quartz? Oh, it's copper. Oh. I guess that's the big boy.
Oxygen.
I mean, I want to make an oxygen tank, but the problem is we need, So if you scan... Oh, I guess we already scanned this. We need silver for the oxygen tank, and we haven't found silver yet, so... Oh yeah, you do have a radar. I didn't even notice that.
Oxygen.
We should probably go to the black box for Anita. But we can make the habitat builder now, I think, so maybe let's do that first. Did we scan the stuff down here? Anything to scan? I want to find that Wake Maker cave that we found before.
Oxygen.
You know, scan duplicate stuff for resources? Probably, yeah. Yeah, you can. I mean, it's just titanium, though. Alright. Well... Oh, we need glass. Okay. Habitat builder. And a flashlight.
Congratulations. You have taken a major step towards zero debt day. As a platform for systems like the processor and scanner station, a habitat is a vital investment in your future. A habitat can also be an emotional anchor, proof that you've built something to last. Remember, it's easier to replace a body than a base.
Okay. Corridor. Directive 8020 was pretty mid, man. Oh, so if you're close enough to your boxes, the habitat builder also pulls from storage. Okay, well, we're just gonna make an absolute gulag of a base to start, but I guess we can put a hatch on both sides. Right, we need a titanium and a quartz.
Welcome aboard.
Oh, you just like go in. Oh, that's nice. Actually, we probably need more space. Well, yeah, titanium and quartz mainly. Reaper Leviathan? What the heck?
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
Nice base. Yeah, I know, it sucks. Can't even put a poster on. My O2 isn't refilling. Yeah, I know, because we don't have don't we need the... What is it? Yeah, it's not a room. Don't we need the solar panel?
Oxygen.
We need more quartz.
Welcome aboard.
Should probably try to be organized. Although this is, the thing is, I don't know if I want my base to actually be here. This might be like kind of a temporary thing. I don't know if, like, I feel like generally making the base at the starting area is not the greatest.
Power connected.
I mean, it's safe,
All
but...
systems online. Welcome aboard.
All right. Let's just leave these outside.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard. Oh, yeah, I guess we should put a... Well, actually, there's really no reason to put a beacon on this thing, considering we have the life pod directly next to it. All right, is there anything else we want to make for now? Oh, we could make a biolab. Modifies your adaptations. Oh, wait, that's actually kind of oh, we don't have space for that. All right, we need to get like an actual... Yeah, no, this is fucking scuffed. Ooh, we get a nice little light going. Okay. Can I make... Oh my god, this thing is massive. What the fuck? 1 titanium for that? Okay. Alright, we need to go get more quartz. And we need to just find some stuff to scan. Let's go to the black box. Well, actually... Hold on. I think it was this direction where we found... I kind of want to find some more quartz while I'm out here. Oh.
Oxygen.
Any DS1 today? No. Okay, so the coral domes can have quartz. Volume up? Is the game not loud enough, chat? Or am I just getting one guide?
Oxygen.
Ooh, was it in this crevice here? Oh. Yum. Oh, I think this is it. Nice, nice. Wake Maker. I'm pretty sure that's like the sea moth of this game or something. No, we haven't really left the starting zone much at this point, so...
Oxygen.
Sorry, the glider. Yeah, that's what I meant. Oh, I forgot the name. My bad. Yeah. Call it the Cyclops. Well, I know it's definitely not called that.
Oxygen.
Whoa. What are you? Wax Moon. Databank entry coming soon. Oh. I see. Alright. Hold on, I'm gonna go put this stuff in the base and then let's go to that data box. The databank entries aren't done. I mean, the game's in early access, so. Wait, what is that icon? What is that?
Welcome aboard.
Oh, is that my base's like, oh, that's like the energy output versus drain. So you can see like the difference, I think. deconstruct. Wait, what? Okay. All right. Oh, now that we made our own fabricator, we can actually... Uh-huh, I see. Grease. I think a bit more rubber. I don't know if I should have done this. I'm just like filling up the containers more. All right. Yeah, I think we honestly just let's go to that black box. Maybe we'll bring a battery with us. Maybe that'll be... Wait, do we have batteries on us? No. Yep, the lube is gone. Rip lube. Oh yeah, so... Can I... How do you, like... Oh, here we go. Ah, I see. Right, you want a spare. Cool. Okay, hold on. I gotta use the restroom real quick, chat. I'll be back in a sec. This game's really cool so far. I mean, it definitely feels very much like Subnautica 1, but we're just at the start of the game. God, I can't wait to see. Oh, I wish this game was fully out though. We're gonna hit a point where it's like the early access ends and I want more. But obviously we just started, so let's not think about that right now. All right, I'll be back in a sec. It's like, yeah, I know. Stupid comment, whatever. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's go. Oh, man. Can't believe Subnautica 2 is finally here, even though it is early access. I'm gonna stop saying that though. I'm gonna keep fucking saying that a million times. Alright, what's over here?
Donor found. Suit surface detects molecules matching the organ. Oxygen. This is
Alright, I think we should go deeper and try to find silver.
I can hear you. Sophie says you're a hallucination, just a virus, but I know you're listening. We're so hungry. There's food all around us, but it's poison. Will you help? If I feed you, will you?
Yeah, I can't eat like anything.
This is my body. Given for you. Just help us eat.
Get the fuck off me, dude. Did we go inside this thing?
The rules are simple. Keep the perimeter sensors on alarm, no matter how many false positives you get, and do not go out alone. They are hunting us. We don't know why. Someone made a mistake a long time ago, and we have to live with it. The damn thing is, maybe it was one of us. Maybe they see us and say, look, it's that soft criminal, back from the dead again. Let's get the freak. And we don't even remember what we did.
Alright. Where should we go to find silver? Whoa! The fish are fighting. Oh, wait, this looks big. We might be able to get a bigger habitat from this place. Oh, Wake Maker. We need one more. Wall rack, is that for batteries, I wonder? Man, we need dude, my oxygen is so bad. Maybe there could be silver down here. What's this? Ooh.
Limestone is formed by the death of coral. Each plateau in this region once housed tens of billions of living things.
Biobed.
Oxygen.
Dude, my oxygen is terrible, man. I need... You think I could break in there? Oh yeah, maybe. I don't think so.
Oxygen.
Ow. Oh!
Silver is a mainstay feedstock for electronics.
Ooh.
Oxygen.
Nice. I guess we'll just go back. Finally, bro, I'm trying, alright? Trying my best. I was almost tempted just to build a base next to the next to where I found the silver. Once we have the wake maker though, we'll be able to zoom around, I have a feeling. It's definitely the glider of this game.
Warning. Power offline.
Oh. Okay, I think we can build the oxygen tank at this fabricator.
Welcome aboard.
Oh, there we go. 75 oxygen. All right, that's so much better.
Welcome aboard.
Dude, my food is like actually a problem though. We really don't have... Can I eat this? No. Dude, I have digestive incompatibility with everything. I guess I just have to die to like get my... Like, I can't eat anything right now. Get a biomod for that later? Yeah, probably. That's where we were before. I want to go to that big tube-looking system that I saw before. It was this direction. What the heck is this?
There's food.
Where's food? Oh!
enzymes to your stomach.
Oh, shit!
You may now digest freely.
Now I can eat. Oh, wait. Oh, it fully refilled my, Okay. Yeah, refilled my hunger. Okay, yeah, I was over this way. You know where to find silver? Yeah, I got silver, in a cave over here. By this area. I think I went down, like...
Contact. Abandoned colony structure partially disassembled.
No more fire knife cooking? I mean, maybe. That was something that you unlocked later, is the thing.
Asphyxiation and print loss. Be sure you are prepared to die usefully.
I don't want to die.
Seconds.
BFJ. Finger-legged jelly. Painted tree. Oh, can I not scan the bunk beds? Fiber.
You are being hunted.
You fucking mean I'm being hunted? Power cell. Can you read that? These tangled corridors, the first of us struggled to survive. Maybe some of us were among them we cannot remember. Your sacrifices let us work towards a better future, a world that will be our home. Hey Jubes, I'm hooking up our hatches up to the external buttons. It's just a simple backup in case the door automation goes down. We can't rely on systems Sophie still controls.
Oxygen.
Please don't say Jubes, it's really unfortunate. We're a cult, not a trendy health supplement. You scan a room to build later? Yeah, but these are just normal corridors, and it doesn't seem like they could be scanned.
Compartment flooded.
Ah. There's gotta be a way to get in there, right?
Interred beneath the sediment, this site is a mass grave.
I see the way in. Bro doesn't do any damage. What a weakling. Sisu is the key to all things. Left habitat to find the Jubilee to hear what Proteus is telling us. The old camp is only a way station, a first step. Leave the big crabs alone, they'll dig stuff out of the seabed. Oh. Players will distract the big predators.
Damn it. Okay. Black box, it's Tuba. I'm trapped by a marrow breach.
Oh!
I don't have any flares.
The Wake Maker!
I'm not getting eaten. The cook
We
will
got
not
it!
be eaten.
30 seconds.
I'd rather run out of air.
Oh,
Habitat's
hell
gone.
yeah.
Chap lost it. He blew up the beds. Some of us made it out with Ganzo. I'm sorry, Ganzo. I said I was going back to Habitat, but I'm going to find the Jubilee, and I don't think they can feed you all. I'm sorry, man. I left you. I don't know where I'm gonna reprint. I don't know what I'll remember. Look, if I find this, the Jubilee went south, to the cave where the crabs die. Do you understand? The cave where the crabs...
Missed item. Bruh. Missed item. Jesus. What do you mean I missed an item? I mean, you can scan 10 million different things. What, the pent? Like, what are you talking about, man? Inside what? The titanium? Missed a grain of sand. I don't know. Alright, anyways, I'm going back to the base. I know they show an aura. He was probably telling me to scan the scanner station, which I had already done, but he didn't realize, so he wanted a backseat, even though I'd already done it. I'm swimming as fast as I can. I think we need more silver, though. And maybe we could build a bigger room now? Do you swim faster underwater? I actually don't know. Ah, room.
Power connected. All systems online.
Oh, hell yeah.
Welcome aboard.
We need more, Would I speedrun this game? I mean, how do you speedrun a game that doesn't have an ending? Beautiful. Alright, so what is this? Active biomods dash in any direction. Release a trail of pheromones you can follow to find your way. Oh. And then I have... Oh, you can put a passive one on. Swim faster when close to underwater surfaces or the seafloor. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, we have like a dash.
Welcome aboard.
Hell yeah. How do I... Oh, yeah. Here we go. Load. Does it use oxygen? I'm not sure, actually. That's a good question. Oh, I can make the terminal. Can I make glass?
I printed 26 colonists before the sleep bay drowned, many of them more than once. This is my purpose. To reincarnate you from digital storage, support your work, and if necessary, reverse your death. If I lose track of my colonists, I printed 26 colonists before the sleep bay drowned, many of them more than once. This is my purpose.
Yeah, we already read this. I don't think he has anything new. All right, so how do I make the wake maker? Oh, wiring kit. Okay, we need 1 silver and we need a wiring kit, and we can make the wiring kit. Yo, let's go. Arm-mounted jets for underwater maneuvering.
The Wakemaker is a marine adaptation of the Spacemaker EVA thrust pistol system. Travelers should be careful to rest their wrist, elbows, and shoulders during prolonged use. The Noetic Advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
I wish there was more slots. Maybe you can get more. Let's make a first aid kit. And let's cook some food as well. Everyone and their mom playing Subnautica too? Yep. Yep. Half Moon Jerky. Yeah, you can inhale the air bladder. It only gives you like 20 oxygen though.
30 seconds.
Wait, why am I going in here? I feel like you don't move as fast with these thrusters as you do like the Sea Glide in Subnautica 1. Oh, you need salt. I thought you... Can't you normally, like, make salt? Maybe not. It'd be nice if it, like, showed you how much of, like, a material you had in storage. Although, well, I guess if you pin, like, a recipe, like, I think if you pin something, then you can see how much you have. It does? Am I stupid? Well, no, I mean, I can see how much copper I have. I'm saying I don't know how much copper wire I have or, like, rubber. But I guess if you're crafting something that also, yeah. If you're crafting something that uses rubber, then you're going to see how much rubber you have. Alright. I guess let's just keep exploring. Maybe get some more silver. Take off the diving suit. I don't think you... I don't even have a suit. No, the computer doesn't... Actually, wait, does it have messages? Because I see in the top, there's like an icon.
Warning. Power offline.
Oh. Well, son of a bitch. Yeah, I guess the life pod works.
Another black box. Chap Savan, head of computational dynamics. His job is to make sure I'm doing my job. I'm what he would call weakly supervisable. It means I respond well to human guidance. I can take partial instructions and generate a coherent concept of operations. Chap gave you his PDA passkey so you could play games on his account. I let it slide. His action was against the rules, but in support of the concept. Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Okay. Alright, well, let's go to the black box. The Skyrim minigame? Don't think so. I feel like we need to find some more silver. Ouch. The game's running okay for me. I'm at 100 FPS. Which isn't, like, amazing, I guess, but okay. So they, on the thing it said if you leave the crabs alone, they dig up stuff? What is that? Oh, salt. Wait, what the hell? Oh, shit.
Okay. You comfy?
I'm pretty comfy.
My mouth is full of holes.
I'm
My
turning
what?
on the nitrogen. Deep breaths. You have a brand new body. You might even be a little stronger. A little faster. The biobeds got you.
Until it all happens again. The meadow. Or the maze field. This planet is poison.
If this works, we can slow down the syndromes by reprinting our bodies until we find a cure.
What if there is no cure?
Chap, sweetie, don't be scared. Noah will find a way.
That's what I'm afraid of.
I mean, you can just respawn, bro. What's the big deal? Wait, hold on. Let me put drops in the title. Whoa. Oh, repair tool.
Kurultai Records, day 585. Consultation with chaplain psychiatrist Lucretia Kapoor about the state of the Noah. Lucretia, say hello.
Hello.
Oh, inventory
Would it be
expanded
appropriate
from
to
this.
include Raster and Chap?
Before I ask our computer people to fix Noah, I need to know. What is wrong with it?
With it? Or with you?
What?
Has the Noah failed to perform its tasks? Or do you feel
Oh, the big
that it's
locker.
asking too much of us?
I can't afford to have feelings about anyone's behavior. I'm acting on reports that the Noah is erratic.
Because if you allowed yourself to have feelings, you might disagree with the machine?
This is not why I asked you.
Of course it is. You use the Noah as a source of certainty in the face of terror. If the Noah can become
So much
delusional and
silver.
mistaken, so can you. And it can.
The Noah can become delusional?
It has no fixed model of reality. It can entertain any madness imaginable, and many more you cannot imagine, as long as those delusions help it complete the mission.
So the Noah is insane, but only when it's useful?
Are we any different? Anita has invented an entire belief system to justify the Angel Comb adaptations. Because they are useful.
She's insane too. She's a puppet for the Macefield virus. I can't prove it, but I know it.
You see? You do have feelings.
Endurance upgraded. Inventory expanded.
Need to find more silver. Actually, I don't really know what I need to find. I don't want to try to build a base like further away, but I don't know if I should do something. I don't know if I should like build a base yet.
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
Oh, okay. Oh, metal salvage. Oh, another dive Oh, we can make the dive elevator now? Nook.
30 seconds.
What is that? Oh, rebreather. Can't have too many bases. I mean, I could make one around here then. Fuck it. I'm not in any rush. Fuck it, let's make a base here. Do we need titanium for that though? Oh, there's silver there.
Oxygen.
Whee! Yeah, we only have solar panels right now. Need a little bit more titanium. Am I winning? Yeah, we're winning. Can I make a, solar panel?
Power connected. All systems online. Welcome aboard.
So, do I have a beacon here now? Do I have to, like, activate it or something? I don't know what to call this base. I mean, yeah, whatever.
Welcome aboard.
Another beautiful base, thank you. How much did the room cost? What is a nook? I guess it's like a room. Yeah, we should make the rebreather. Do we really need a room, actually? Oh. We're making it.
Welcome aboard.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah, what about the dive elevator? Underwater elevator. What a... That is so interesting. I'm so curious about that. Yeah, I need to make a locker. Seems like there's a lot of quartz here, but... Honestly, we probably should have just went back to the other base instead of making this base. I mean, because I don't know. It's like it's hard to say. I mean, I guess having multiple bases is not.
Welcome aboard.
I kind of want to keep. Well, we can put the salt here. So we got a rebreather. How do we make that? 2 fiber mesh and a system chip. Right, we need more silver. Here we can find new resources. That's true.
Welcome aboard.
Gee, how do I make batteries again? 2 copper and the pouch. That's the thing though, like, can I find those pouches here, I wonder? Gotta be an entrance to this thing. No, we haven't seen anything super big yet. My batteries are getting kind of low on this. We need copper.
Transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
How do you get in this thing?
30 seconds.
Oh, that's scary. Oh, there was lithium there. Oh, the dash actually helps a lot. I need to make sure to keep you. I need to make sure to actually use that.
lithium is useful in manufacturing portable high-yield power sources.
Oh, high capacity air
Swear.
tank?
Try to swear. I can swear fine, Tennick Min. We can't swear in English. Why would I want to swear in English? There are no good swears in English. Because the NOAA took all the good English swears out of our head. It can't do that. It can scan us, print us, or roll us back to an earlier version. It can't edit us. Maybe it edited out the knowledge that it can edit us. It can't edit our uploads because they are low-energy mortal data, and NOAA is a high-energy digital system. Like trying to edit fog with a knife.
I still don't get why you're okay with the biobeds. It seems like bad Buddhism to accept eternal reincarnation into a cycle of pointless suffering.
My suffering was already eternal and pointless because I have a twin.
No, I just had a tiny amount of battery left, it seems. Okay. We need copper. Kind of want to explore close to our... I don't know, we might need to go back to the main base, to be honest. I don't know if there's any copper around here. Battery charger? Do we have a battery charger? Oh, we can make ladders. Interesting. You can recharge power cells, but that's... Aren't power cells something different? Cloth steel ingot. Wait, how do we make that? I guess we don't have the whatever we need for that. If I remember, wasn't plasteel another game like 10 titanium or something? Like combined? Power cells or all batteries? Probably needs the processor. Oh, yeah. True. True. Oh, you can just attach. You can just make a giant room.
Welcome aboard.
Well, that's nice. Okay. Well, we need... I don't know if this was a very good base location, to be honest, chat. I feel like there's not really... like, that great of supplies around here. And there isn't really any, like, caves. Well, you can disassemble them, but the problem is like transporting the materials is like the main issue more than anything. I feel like. Ew. Crab feces.
Oxygen.
Sulfur. Can we make a bio bed? Because that bio... Oh, no, I don't think we can. The bio bed that we interacted with gave us more inventory capacity, so I feel like maybe our priority should be finding more of those bio beds. We should go back to the... I think...
30 seconds. Oxygen.
I think I'm gonna go back to the main base, because at least we can make some batteries and stuff there. We need more copper.
Heat level beyond tolerable threshold. Recommend adaptation.
So we have a few messages back at the base. Long swim back, yeah. It wouldn't take so long if our battery wasn't dead.
Warning. Power offline.
Alright.
I've located Lucretia Kapoor, the mission's AI ethicist. You may find her final words troubling. I certainly do.
Noah, do not open the Seacocks.
The Seacocks?
Noah? Acknowledge, please. Do not.
She often asked you to resume your stories when you were interrupted. She made eye contact when she spoke. A considerate woman, and not easily frightened. Signal location uploaded to PDA.
We need water. We also need a way to like generate power when it's dark, which I think we can do that with the...
Welcome aboard.
We can't really attach a... Well, we could put another room here instead, I guess.
Seek fresh water intake.
Welcome aboard.
Get back here, fishy. Okay.
Welcome aboard.
All right. I think our power's coming back in a moment. Yeah, it's coming up. We'll just wait a sec. Let's see. Can we craft
Power connected. All systems online.
copper wire and mild acid? But we have the biolab. Actually, hold on. I think we could probably put them both here. Not sure if we really even need the NOAA terminal. Oh wait, we can make a bio bed. Oh, okay, it's just... Ah, whatever. It's fine. Alright, so how does this thing work? Lost steel ingot? Oh, we can make copper ingot. Ah. Oh, the lithium. Biofuel. Okay, well, while we make that, I think we put the lithium in the other base, didn't we? Okay, we need a battery.
30 seconds.
Okay. Is there any copper around here? So quartz was in the brain corals.
Oxygen.
Or around the brain corals, I guess. I'm full. Dang it.
Welcome aboard.
Oh, you make the nutrient block from biofuel? Or maybe that's just one of the things you can use. Because I feel like that doesn't feel like biofuel would be used for something else. Alright. Well, we can move again. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do something smart, and I'm gonna make... I think we should try to get the high-capacity air tank next, but I'm trying to think... Can I just make it... Beacon, okay. I want to mark where we pick, like where silver is. Because I can't... I don't remember exactly where it is. I think resources do respawn, yeah.
Field notes. Under, not, wander. 2 spare tanks. My reprint site is habitat. I'm exhausted today. What if you just reprinted yourself when you were tired? Maybe you'd never have to sleep. Miss Nahima, I'm checking out the big coral tower. There's a mass trapped inside. The scanner's not sure if it's coral polyp or crab tissue. The optogenetics are so weird. We know the Protea virus infects everything on this planet. And we know the coral crabs wear these domes as hats. Is it possible the virus swapped their genes around? So part of this coral just decided it was a crab? Like if you live next to something on Proteus, you become related to it.
These fish do like no damage at all. What is this? Metal salvage is so space efficient. Oh, is that silver? Oh, nice. That was a lot of silver. Oh. Probably some copper down here, right? Just all silver. I don't know if I should be going this deep here.
Oxygen.
Alright, we'll build a beacon here. Yeah, it's nice that you don't have to break the nodes, I agree. This deep and it's 70 meters? Well, yeah, but I barely have any oxygen, man. Oh, I dropped... Well, we can build a high-capacity air tank. We just need... We need lithium.
Contact. Primary habitat detected. It is silent.
Oh. When am I gonna head to the tree? When I'm ready.
Combustion byproducts detected. Fire is a critical risk in oxygen-rich habitats.
Shield the bulkhead. Keep the fire away from the lab. Sophie.
Sonic resonator.
Oxygen.
It's really good so far. I mean, I'm enjoying it. Ooh. No, Directive 8020 was kind of bad.
This biobed was destroyed with a demolition explosive. The composition is not a licensed fabric. 30 seconds.
Bro. Oh yeah, I need to use... I keep forgetting, like, I'm so used to playing Subnautica 1 that I forget that I have this, like, speed swimming move. What's that?
Noah, is there a fire?
Oh, you can get air
Noah,
here.
do not open the seacocks. Noah?
Do not open the seacock.
I have a mouse trap, Noah, and I'll use it. Do not...
Oh, battery terminal. Wait, shit, so we do need to find a charger for the batteries. The power cell one is different. Oh, nice. Hell yes. Alright, we got our battery charger. Let's go.
Habitat is gone. The biobeds blew up and Noah flooded everything. I got to my air just in time. We tried to drag people clear, but they're gone. I don't think they're gonna reprint. I'm taking survivors due east to the tadpole pens. Swim down the tunnel past Sophie's office to the baby jellies. I'll do a head count at the worksite there.
Past Sophie's office towards the baby jellies.
Google time record, very quick. Damn it, there is a riot in Habitat. Chap and Mantis have explosives. Fire. God, we're on fire. I have to go. Ganzo! Signal everyone outside to rally at the tadpole pens.
I kind of want to build a base here now, too. I just want to keep building bases.
About 25 people lived here. They were trying to build a life. Farms and biomods that could support 40,000 sleeping souls. But they didn't make it. Why? Were they sick? Did the Mazefield syndrome subvert them? We have to know. I've activated Dr. Wu Langyi's black box. He's in a viral hot lab. His work may be your best lead. We should salvage what we can. I've retrieved a few files. Gather all the blueprints you can. Especially the scanner station.
It's not a real mind. Not like you or me. It can learn facts, but it can't change how it thinks. And why would it? Let me quote the manual. Noah's cephalopod-inspired architecture uses a central administrator to govern limb nodes at remote work sites. As a frozen AI, Noah is unable to revise its architecture at runtime, reliably controllable by less intelligent systems such as human operators, except under extreme situations. Cephalopod-inspired? An insult to octopodes. It won't let you die. Not its precious workforce. If you become uncontrollable, it'll wipe your memories and start over. No anger, no resentment. A nice, clean you. Change? Why would it want to change? The damn thing is in heaven.
Nobody wants this. I hate
Triage policy update. Isn't that the one that I think that's like the character I chose.
I have determined that we can no longer take care of the sick. We don't have the calories to spare. I will not force anyone to reprint. But I ask that once you are too sick to work, you volunteer for recycling into a new body. It won't cure the permanent damage, but it will clean out the metals and virus for a while. At least this is fair. Until we know how to adapt the metals without going Mazefield, we're all going to get sick. I will lead the way myself. Let the record show that Noah did not advise me in this decision.
Oh, it's getting dark again. Ruh-roh. Oh. Cicada debris scanner. Man, we're finding so many, like, recipes and stuff.
If one of my species finds this message, you may be the very last human being in the universe. You get to write the last chapter of our story. I ask you to do the most human thing you can. Forget your debt. Forget Noah. Forget
It's nighttime. Do anything makes it scary.
The life you imagined. It's all gone now. You're going to die here. And that's all right. Pick the most interesting thing you can see and explore.
Man, it is so dark. You know, this actually seems like a decent spot. There's a ton of titanium here.
Warning. Power offline.
Oh. I need quartz, though. God, it's so hard to see. Oh. Hydroelectric turbine. I don't know. I guess we'll just go back to the life pod. I need to make the rebreather. We need to look for these structures as well, because I think this is what I interacted with that made it so I could, like, eat stuff. Yeah, the game is so pretty, though.
Welcome aboard.
30 seconds.
We need more copper, and we need a way to generate power. Do we have oh, the bioreactor. So we need 2 titanium ingot and 2 copper ingot?
Oxygen.
Right, but we need power for that. Oh, shit. Alright, we need to get more copper. We've been down here.
30 seconds.
Oh.
Google tie record, day 620. Sophie Boucher entering. Anita Gottschall and 5 others left Habitat in protest of my decision to end medical treatment for the sick. They call themselves the Jubilee.
No, I'm not
Back to
playing
Camp
co-op.
One for now. Anita claims her group can live in the open sea. She believes the planet is trying to give us what we need to survive through the angel combs. I insisted on giving them physicals. They are lucid and rational. No worse off than the rest of us. I can't prove that they are living because of Mansfield. I can't convince Anita that she is in the thrall of a virus that compels her to the tree like a rat whose parasites drive it into the cat's jaws. I asked Noah not to reset them when they die, but I suspect it will anyway.
Have I been in here?
Everyone will blame me. Well, so be it. I must ask Nahima what will happen to the ecosystem if the Jubilee
Oh,
group
more
is
inventory! Nice.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn!
Endurance upgraded. Inventory expanded.
Okay, yeah, like, dude, finding these biobeds is, like, actually so important.
Zip is dead. Not just reprinted. Dead. We all saw how she suffered. The metal poisoning. Her hands trembled. Her gums turned blue. She was always cold. We thought her visits to the hot caves were therapeutic. Sophie let her get away with it. Everyone loves Zip. But one day she did not return. 2 days, 3. We could hear her black box crying her death down at the bottom of the cave. Why wouldn't Noah reprint her? On the 4th day, Sleep Bay 3 printed a new copy of Zipporah Morgue. She was not our Zip. She remembered nothing since the day she boarded the Cicada. Trap says Noah reset her.
This is early
to her
access,
last
yeah.
known good state. I am aghast. We are contracted to work off a debt to Altera. But any debt society needs the promise of a jubilee. The trumpet blast of freedom when all is forgiven. Old kings in Babylon declared jubilee when they took the throne lest the people rebel. But now our king can reset the calendar on the day before the jubilee. Naima is right. We
Thank you.
are slaves. I must know what is down in that hot cave. I believe Noah fears it and killed Zip to hide it. I believe the Jubilee is out there somewhere in this ocean. A better way to survive.
Okay. We can start processing. Because we want to... I think we probably want to make a... Can hold left click to move all the copper instantly? Oh, okay. That's good to know. I could have sworn I had another battery somewhere that... Oh, these storages are actually pretty empty. I think it charges pretty fast. We'll make like 2 batteries. Having the backup's kind of nice. Kind of want to make the Nook.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah, I played Subnautica 1. Oh, my inventory's... Ah, yeah, that's really nice. I see. I want to make the plasteel ingot. Right, I need the lithium. We have 1 lithium in the other base. Just 1, but... I'm just gonna go swim over there. Maybe we can find some more lithium over there. Because that's where we found the one before. Yeah, I'm enjoying the game so far. This is just a really comfy game. God, dude, imagine there's a current that just, like, rips you down to, like, the fucking abyss. That'd be terrifying.
30 seconds.
Oh, I forgot to make the rebreather, dude. I haven't gone that deep.
Oxygen efficiency decreased. Seconds. Oxygen.
I don't know where I found the lithium. I could have sworn it was like around here, but... It's all just titanium. Alright, you know what, whatever, let's just go to the base. Because we have one lithium there. We can take that, and then we can make the... Make what we need. Can we make it here? No. Wonder if it uses more battery if you have the lights on. I wonder what other kind of like buffs you can get, or like special abilities.
Welcome aboard.
All right. We can make the plasteel now. Don't really need a flashlight anymore, to be honest. Well, let's see. We need, like, more power generation. Oh yeah, let's make the Nook.
Welcome aboard.
The biolab. Oh yeah, rebreather. I keep forgetting about that. Also, what is this? Used in... Oh! Sound amplifier used in mining. Okay. Wait, we need lead, though. We don't have any lead. Rebreather. 2 fiber mesh and a system chip. Fiber mesh. Oh, strong acid. How do we make strong acid? Could have sworn we saw something for that. Is that in the processor? Oh. Oh, the cyst. Wait, we saw those before. I think those were where we just were a little bit ago. Can't you also, like, make another air tank and, like, swap to it? For, like, more air? Or does that not work? I thought that was, like, a thing in Subnautica 1. Yeah, no, I think you can. Be quite heavy. I mean, do you even have like a carry capacity? I don't think that's even a thing. We need to make the bioreactor. And we need to go get the cyst, which was over by this cave, I think. How far into the game are we? Not that far. We have high capacity air tank now, though, which is kind of nice. Oh wow, there's silver right there. Oh, you know, I wonder if I can use the amplifier thing to, like, bust that open. I think the cyst stuff was here. It was, but what was it? Ah. So much titanium here, though. tadpole.
The tadpole sea-space mobility pod plugs into a range of customizable hulls, from the Starfrog worksuit to the Scout Ray seafoil. While the tadpole is a valuable air supply, remember that breath holding is a good way to train up your conscientiousness and self-discipline.
It's an okay.
Biomass in this region is dominated by a single species of large jelly. Simple ecosystems are often a sign of ecological crisis.
Trying to find more of those cysts, but
Field notes go. Day 400. Bad news. I see signs of eutrophication. There are a lot of jellies here. They're feeding on decay. Somewhere in this ocean, everything is dying, and it's causing runaway growth here. Eutrophication. The jellies will poison the water, and this place will die too. This is how mass extinctions get started. I'll leave a copy of this log to mark the current edge of the jelly growth.
30 seconds.
oh, nice. We found more of them. Guess you can kind of see it if you look up. Oh yeah, the tank, right. Forgot we made the extra tank for a reason. Okay. Can you plant it to harvest? I mean, maybe if I get a garden. See, the thing is, like, I want to make a base over here, but the problem is I don't. It's like it's all titanium over here. I don't see any power transmitter. These guys do, like, actually no damage. There's a ton of silver and titanium around here, but it doesn't seem like there's any copper at all.
All other microbial life in the seawater is dead. Use the sonic resonator to expunge bream cankers and clear the infection.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, I didn't lose that much health. It just sounded very scary.
Warning. Power offline.
We need power gen. Can't watch my stream on desktop because of the encryption shit. Encryption? I can build this, but I don't know. Well, you can build a ladder, so I was thinking... But it doesn't seem like it... I can't make the rebreather right now.
Welcome aboard.
Change width. Oh.
The note. An alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
Welcome aboard.
Oxygen.
Oh. Oh, shit.
Power connected. All systems online.
Is this how big it was?
Seek fresh water intake.
Whatever, let's just get rid of the nook. Oh, wow. A lot of space.
Welcome aboard.
Overdrive. So I need to find stuff to put in it now. Think I should put fish in it?
Welcome aboard.
I think some resources do respawn, yeah. Yeah, the controls are fine. Mm-hmm. Oh, you get 2 turkeys. There. I'm excited to go deeper, but we need to prepare. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, the rebreather. Keep forgetting about the fucking rebreather. Okay, I think we can make the strong acid now, right? Nice. Gold. Enhanced first aid kits are pretty strong. Can make 3 distraction flares. Okay. Well, let's just wait till we get the rebreather. What does this thing do exactly? Adjust gas pressure to help lungs inflate. Oh, it's just when you're diving deeper. Yeah, I see. Nice.
The rebreather scrubs carbon dioxide from exhaled air, recycling wasted oxygen for
Beautiful.
reuse.
All right, nice. Make some grease, sure. We can also make power cells. Although generally, well, in the previous game, you got power cells. Like you automatically got power cells when you made the vehicle. How quickly does this thing go through resources? It doesn't seem that fast. I guess the thing is, we don't need it on until... Like, is there any reason to put it on unless it's nighttime? At least not currently. I'm trying to think what else, because there's the scanner station. Maybe we make the scanner station? What was it? Another system chip? I think we can make that. If we're using the scanner room, we definitely need... Oh wait, we need a wiring kit. You don't actually need like an entire room for it in this game, it seems. Ah, oh, this is nice. Bloom infestation. Oh, you know what? Can we make, Oh, no, we can't. Do want to make the sonic resonator. Yo, Anonymous! Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs, man. Thank you. Nazca, Freddy, Kiri, thank you guys. Lazarus, 8bit12, Zero Pumpkin. Pride, thank you for the bits. Yeah, thank you, Anonymous, for the gifted subs. Thank you very much. I don't want to carry too much stuff, to be honest, because, like, inventory is quite limited. Lead. Range 300 meters. Oh. Interesting. Okay, well, let's go get some lead. The scanner room's actually super useful. 300 meter range is pretty far right now, too. I don't know if we've gone over this direction yet. What is making that sound?
Kara. There were rumors Altera and the TSF let it spread so they could take over the steppes. I don't know about that. But it hit us so fast. Did it really ride on the outside of our ships? Or do the spores just fly through space? We called it Karal, the curse. Not all of us spoke Mongolian, but we knew that word. It started with the carpets, Twarulga. Then monsters would grow. If you didn't have nanos, they would grow in you too. We had to leave everything. Now this. The virus that fills this ocean and fills our blood.
Do you get more supplies if you break it with the hammer, I wonder?
But it's not a bacterium. How can a virus cross between alien species? Naida tries to explain it to me. I cannot understand how such a gifted young woman carries such anger. Or why she seeks me out.
Yeah, you can swap there, tanks.
Transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
Alright. The scanner room is certainly helping. No, this is a different planet. Should we go explore the giant, Should we explore that? I feel like we should go explore that thing soon. Maybe not quite yet, but... I think we have a bunch of messages in the life pod.
Welcome aboard.
Have we died yet? Well, we did one time on purpose. Get the sonic drill. I'm not sure if I have the supplies to make it yet, but I'll try. Sugar of Saturn. Can make food from lead? That doesn't sound very reasonable. All right. Right, we want to make the gun. So we need 2 titanium ingots and another wiring kit. Can we make a wiring kit? We need more copper. All right, let's get the titanium going.
Warning. Power
And then
offline.
oh.
Power connected. All systems online.
And then let's scan for some copper. Okay, so you can only have one of them pinned. No, the copper. How do I get into that cave? Yeah, there are currents, which is cool. Ooh. Oh, wait. What, so, I'm not sure what this turbine was for. Maybe a vehicle, I guess? That is so scary. Oh my god. When it's just like a steep, like, drop-off like that, dude, that's so sus.
Oxygen.
Oh. I didn't realize I've had the wrong tank on. Maybe is it this hole? It's in there, but I don't remember the entrance. Whatever, there's probably plenty in here. Oh, the atmosphere is so good though, man. Spotlight. Oh, we already have a spotlight. So maybe the gun will let me break those big rocks. Considering those big rocks are so, like, placed so early on, I feel like I might be able to.
Welcome aboard.
The different of the first one. I mean, it's similar, but it's also different.
Warning. Power offline.
No.
Power connected.
Ah, there
All
we go.
Systems online.
Overdrive, baby. Oh wait, can I turn this thing off, or does it always consume power? Not sure. I mean, it is set up like the start of the game is very similar to Subnautica 1 in terms of like, I guess like the progression, like getting the better tank and the rebreather and the fins and stuff. What am I doing? Let's get a light in here. Oh, I almost didn't have enough power for that. Oh, right, the gun. Yes, the gun.
The Resonator's blueprints include several components not based on Altera designs or any known human engineering. Despite these irregularities, the Resonator will selectively fracture mineral deposits and a narrow range of alien biomolecules. The Noetic Advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
Cook some fishy.
Welcome aboard.
So I wish there was more than 5 fucking utility slots. I assume you're gonna be able to get more. At least I would hope so.
Welcome aboard.
There's always only 5. Damn, that's kind of brutal.
Warning. Power offline.
All right, let's talk to the bot.
Contact. K. Wander Wangmo. A young, able spacer. Partial voice data retrieved.
Mirror breach got me. Should have brought flares. Stupid.
Do you remember when she stole that fried dough from her brother and offered it to you? Right in front of him. An egregious act of sisterhood. Signal location uploaded to PDA. Be cautious. Seawater viral load increases sharply out west of the life pod.
feel like there was more messages.
Welcome aboard.
Alright, well. Let's keep exploring. Looks like that current goes down.
Field notes, wander, not ander. Out here for Nahima, learning to be a biologist. I have one spare tank. My reprint site is habitat. Za 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 za. So, the ocean is full of proteovirus, and now we are full of it too. I asked Nahima, is it a disease like Kara? And she said no. Don't you know the difference between virus and bacteria? And I said, give me a break. I learned science off my PDA. But there are different kinds of proteovirus. Look here. Look how the coral grew over the sinkhole. Like a spider, like a plug. And it's emitting virophages. Virus that kills other virus. One strain of proteovirus is in that coral spider, the normal strain.
Oh, I think we can use our
trying
gun.
to stop a different strain coming up out of that hole. Nima calls it the blue
Aha.
strain. Why would
Oh,
a
we can get
virus
into
want
that
to kill another
other...
virus?
Oh, shit.
I will go check this out.
Oh, jeez. These fucking guys. Alright, well, we need to go deeper. Oh, what's in here?
30 seconds.
Holy shit. Port's Hole. No, we haven't really seen any, like, super big fish yet. I'm gonna go put all this quartz away. Yeah, no, we can definitely go deeper. I just wanted to mark it so I don't get lost going back.
Welcome aboard.
There was a spot where it went deeper, wasn't there? Oh yeah, we can clear the infection.
Viral replication impaired. Destroy these cankers wherever you find them.
Did I touch the plant like before? Was there a plant for me to touch?
30 seconds. This juvenile angel comb is a source of the local viral bloom. The virus forces it to pump nutrients into the rock. The juvenile angel comb is clearing the viral infection. The flow of nutrients into the rock bore below has stopped.
Fuck.
Following the infected rock bore structure may lead to an adult angel comb with useful adaptations.
Is this the air bubble guy? Could have sworn I saw a path that went further down. Oh wait, is it here? It goes further this way. This just leads out. Oh. Wait, no, this just goes. I guess there wasn't anything deeper. I could have sworn I saw a hole that went further down the first time I was here, but I guess I'm just crazy. Not really seeing. You are not missing. There's a hole. You wait, what? I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's anything else. I guess I'm just tripping. Oh no, I put the batteries away. Alright, well. I'm gonna load up on quartz for the rest of the game. Threw my batteries away. I want to go deeper, man, but we need like we need a submersible if we want to go deeper. 5-hour quartz farm. The juvenile should lead to the mother plant. Yeah, I just don't know. It didn't seem like it led out. It seemed like it like stopped.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
All right. Well, we could go back to the hole and try to follow. We could also just, I mean, we could just explore more. We don't really have anything in particular that we can craft right now, so I feel like we kind of just have to keep exploring the areas and find more blueprints. Yeah, I'm gonna try to follow the tentacle. Okay, let's see. So does this work on this? It does. I see. That's really nice. So that tentacle I can't follow. That one goes into the wall, but it goes through the wall there. This one also just goes through the wall. I mean, the only one that leads out is this one over here, so I guess let's just follow this direction. Actually, no, you can still see, you can see it goes further, yeah.
Produced by an infected angel comb. It contains useful adaptations, but it must be cleared of virus. One of the juveniles feeding it has been treated. One remains.
Oh god. This is the one that I followed. I guess we followed this one. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I could open those, like, cankers or whatever. I think we gotta go this way, though. I think it goes deeper here. Well, actually, maybe not. Jesus, get off of me. Being feasted on. Oh, there's one right here.
Successful. Return to the main environment to assess its state. The Noetic Advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
I need to find more of those, like, pods. Somebody said there's a way you can actually get more slots, like hot slots on your hotbar. Oh God.
Seek medical attention.
Jesus Christ.
Death imminent.
User death is not imminent. Shut up. We're fine.
The
Oh!
Recommend you insert your hand into its core and take a sample. Pluripotent genetic material detected. Searching for useful sequences. Adapting heat shock proteins.
Oh, it like fully heals you when you do that too.
Water temperatures.
Like, I wonder if there's normally, like, if you see something like this, does that mean that there is potentially a life, like an actual habitat somewhere? Probably not. Why do the fishes do no damage? They just don't. Ooh. I need to find that there was that one ship that had the blockage next to it. Like I couldn't like get inside the wreckage because I needed the gun. Oh no. Oh, maybe it's this one. No, I don't think it's this one, but this is something. Oh. This is not the spot I was thinking of, but this is something new. What is this?
Oxygen.
No, I'm fine. Is this really it? I feel like there's something else. I didn't see anything though. I mean, there's a lot of like scannable stuff, but we already have all this, so. It's a fake hole. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's anything else. Guess it's just some scannable stuff.
30 seconds.
Oh, it might have been this one. I think it is this one.
Field notes go. One of the vampire squid just came at me. Madeline saw me throwing flares and came to investigate, and the squid went after her. I guess it likes marrow breach blood better than mine. I should find Maddie. Make sure she's not hurt. The squid was sick. Nodes on its skin, not green, not Kara, but maybe a fungal infection? I wonder if squid get rabies here. Damn, I hope they can't pass it to the marrow breaches.
Rabies. Bro. Yeah, I mean, I think we just need to explore further at this point, because, like... I think we just need to go further if we want to find, like, more recipes and stuff.
The advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod.
Let's go check the alerts.
Welcome aboard.
We just have so much stuff all over the place. Love the sound effects. Brunch. No, we didn't go to the big tree yet. That's true. We have not we have not done that yet. Is there anything else cool that I can craft right now while we're here? Nice little window. What about the ladder? How does that... I mean, 2 stacked rooms, yeah. Can I... Thing is, it doesn't like... I guess the room has to be like below? Or like above? But the thing is, it's not stacked. Not really.
Welcome aboard.
But I just saw... Ah. Did I finish the story? No. No, sure. I wish that the window, it's like, it kind of bothers me that the windows are not like, I guess I could set them higher. It bothers me that they're not, like, centered. You can extend them. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're probably right. Hold on, let me try that. Oh yeah, change size. Oh, there we go. It doesn't seem like you can extend them, though. But you can't... It doesn't seem like you can increase the width, but you can increase the size. There's no structure limit? Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh yeah, we can generate power when... Oh, I see! You can use the currents for energy. Oh, that's cool. Extends the range of a power source. How? Oh. Wait, can you like... This makes it seem like you could build like a power farm and then like you could build like power lines almost. I guess they're like wireless though. But you could basically transfer the power from one base to another. That actually seems kind of crazy because then you can... The turbine needs it? Yeah. I mean, how far does this go? Okay, so it doesn't go that far, so you definitely, like... Or actually, wait, is it because I don't have the supplies?
Welcome aboard.
You can chain them? Well, yeah, I know, obviously. I'm just trying to understand. Okay. And you can just place them wherever. They don't even need to be placed on like a structure. So that's really nice. So you can just Yeah, like you could, if you had enough copper and titanium, you know, you could just chain that shit. Like, yeah, that's really nice. I wonder, what do you need for this? 3 silver, 3 titanium, 3 copper. So I guess like 12 energy per second. The bioreactor I felt like was a little bit more expensive, yeah, because you, well, that's what, 6 titanium and 6 copper? But you could bring the ingots with you. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, you know what? Let's make this dive elevator. What the heck does this... 4 titanium, 2 copper, 2 quartz. The thing is, does this thing need power? No, it doesn't. Should we go make one of these, like, off the side of the cliff? I don't remember where the cliff side was, though.
Welcome aboard.
Seems shallow. I mean, that's just because I haven't gone very far. Well, I'm gonna get the supplies for a beacon as well. I'm sure you can go pretty deep in this game, but at the same time, I'm not sure. Like, the deepest areas of the game probably aren't in the game yet. If I start going towards the tree. Pretty sure I've gone in here. Curious though, maybe there's a have I been in here? I think so. Yeah. Damn, that's so nice for getting supplies. My goodness.
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience. Water temperature rising.
Oh.
Hydrothermal vents are a dependable source of minerals and power.
Okay, the thing is, I can withstand higher temperatures, so I guess maybe this is actually... This is just salt.
Heat warning.
Oh.
Heat warning.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Easy, you're back.
Oh, Twinkle. Oh man, I gave my air to a dead crab.
You all lost it. I think the hot water triggered your maze field.
Is everyone okay?
No?
No. No, how bad?
after you. Do not reprint. It's just us now.
Yeah, I could try the elevator here. Oh.
They lost someone down here. Her name was Zip.
No way.
No, not
She
here.
became
I'm sorry.
irreversibly contaminated,
Go find her.
and she had to be
This is
reset.
awkward.
Yes, I'll come with you. Where do we start?
She's... If she resets, she'd print in Sleep Bay 3. But it takes days sometimes.
I've never been outside before, Ganzo. I'm not adapted. I don't even have fins.
We can't. I can't make you wait days. Not if I'm unreliable. We have to find the Jubilee.
We'll come back for her, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll come back.
They lost someone down here. Her name was Zip. She became irreversibly contaminated, and she had to be reset. Rolled back. Months of her life gone. I printed her fresh in Sleep Bay 3. I remember that. Zezura. After that, they built a camp here to monitor people coming out of the caves for viral infection. Around 235,000 hours ago, 9 colonists went down to look for Zip's old black box. They all died down there. Only 2 of them reprinted. Twinkle and Ganzo. I've retrieved the logs. I don't like what I hear.
Twinkle?
Twinkle, day 758. Everyone's gone. I told them it was a terrible idea. I told them. They wanted to look for Zip's old key down in the hot cave. They insisted. But as soon as we hit the hot water, people started to drift. They were in a trance, like nitrogen narcosis, babbling about roots, trees, all swimming towards the bottom of the cave. Ganzo gave his oxygen mask to a dead crab. I knew it was Maysfield syndrome. I didn't want to be infected, so I just dropped my air tanks, reprinted myself here, and I waited for the others, but they won't print. Noah says they're contaminated. Maybe I can help. Let's see. Ganzo's first in the queue. Noah, clear Ganzo to print. Noah, listen to me.
They lost someone down here.
Okay. Oh. Interior wall. Power storage. Noah's evil? I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure how to interpret this exactly. Oh, lithium. Oh, it like pushes you when you do that too. That only gave me 1 lithium? What? Well, that's ass. Oh, there's more infection over there.
Caution. Monitoring 10 colonist black boxes in the cave below. This is a high mortality work site. Heat danger.
That gold?
Gold is a conductive, corrosion-resistant feedstock for advanced electronics. Culturally relevant motivational fact. The Mongolian Free States took inspiration from ninja miners. Historical gold seekers whose green pans resembled cartoon turtles.
Yeah, we have heat resistance, yeah, but if we get too close, it still fucks us up. it seems. Probably just drop the copper and the quartz. Well, actually, wait. We had that so we can make the elevator. I guess we could still make the elevator, but we need to go back. Which, not sure I even remember how to go back from here. Is it this way? Alright, yeah, let's make a work elevator that goes straight down here. I mean, I don't know how far down it goes, but... Oh no, I dropped the titanium. Damn it, dude. Well, we're northwest. Oh, we just need to go... We just need to go southeast. Can you set markers? I don't think you can just mark it like... Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. No, I'd need a titanium for that. It's fine. Let's just... Well, it's fine. We'll just go back. Just gotta go southeast. We'll find it again. No, we haven't really seen Leviathans yet. But I guess we're kind of taking our time just exploring and everything.
Warning. Power offline.
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
I thought I put, hasn't unlocked the Seamoth equivalent. Well, yeah, there's something I had that was kind of like...
Welcome aboard.
Seemed like a Seamoth potentially, but... Probably only need one battery. The tadpole, yeah. I guess we shouldn't have put all that away. So we need 4 titanium, 2 copper, 2 quartz, or something like that. Yeah, and then we need a beacon, so 1 copper, 1 titanium. Alright. When are we building the rocket? I don't think we're going to be doing any rockets in this game.
Welcome aboard.
I'm going to build another fabricator on this side. I'm going to build one more. Oh yeah, we could try the wall too. Actually, I wonder, is there like a current? I wonder if there's like a current nearby that we could power transmit. I feel like I remember seeing one not that far away. There's one here. Let's build one here. Why not? Oops.
Welcome aboard.
One, two, three. And then we need a few power transmitters. I need more copper. I guess we'll just grab. How's the same place?
Welcome aboard.
Magic. Okay. Nice. Well, we have more power now. Beautiful. All right, let's grab our 2 quartz, another copper, and another titanium. Yeah. All right. Let's go southeast. Let's try this elevator out. We have the supplies, right, for the elevator? Yeah. I think. Yeah. Yeah, we have the supplies to make a beacon. Oh, you know what? We really should have got the... We should have got the message from the bot or whatever. Okay, I believe we were around 400 meters. I think that's the hole right there. Wait, oh, you can attach your tools. Alright, let's go. Going down. It doesn't go as far as I would have necessarily liked, but... yeah, I put a beacon up there. I mean, it still took me down like a decent bit. It wasn't bad. Yeah, it wasn't like great either. Yeah, maybe you can connect them so it just goes deeper and deeper. You probably can. That would make sense. I want to find more of the frickin' inventory expansions, dude. Ooh, a thermal plant. Can I go in this hole? Oh my god. Oh, oh shit, a blueprint?
The noetic advisor has transmitted an alert.
Roof pump.
Return to the life pod at your convenience.
Kind of scary. Ooh, an advanced wiring kit.
Nahima's wrong. We can flourish here. We just have to help.
That's where I came in. Bubbles. Okay, it seems like the thermal plant is like the main thing that you find here. We already scanned it. We already have the thermal plant unlocked. Okay, well, we got a lot of sulfur. Got a lot of gold. Probably don't need this salt.
Heat danger.
That's the hole that we went into. More lithium here. It's really stingy with the bubbles. Can I scan this? Wonder if there's anything else out here. I feel like there definitely could be. Oh, wait, no, this is where I came in. Power transmitter, yeah. I came from that direction. Maybe over this way? I don't know. Did I go this way? I'm not sure. Actually, I think I... Oh... gonna go check. This might just be another pathway into the cave. Or does the cave loop around? Is that what's going on? Seems like it's just another way in. I'm worried that I'm missing the like bio beds or whatever they're called that give you the extra inventory capacity are so important to find. I'm like scared that I'm missing one in here. But I'm not really sure where it would be. Well, we found... Like, this is... We already went down here. Unless... don't know. It's really hard to get, like, a grasp of your surroundings.
This is the place. We should live down here. I'll convince you all. Juba, you want new flavors to cook? The jelly rings are full of sap. It tastes like fermented caramel. Dr. Wu, the vent organisms are primary producers. No light needed to grow them. Nutritionist, sustain thyself. Sean, the rock boy's fractures go down into volcanic bedrock. Don't you want to see how far? So if you and your minions are so tough, you should try living in boiling water. Mantis, boss, you wanted a safer place to park the biobeds? Right here. And it's got free geothermal power. Sophie, you're afraid we'll provoke the tailings? Well, I've been visiting for weeks, and they'll never
They said
come
park the
down here. They're
biobeds.
afraid of it. Nahima, oh girl, you hate this place, because it means you're wrong. This world is fit for humans. We can thrive here. Come down and see. I can hear the whole planet.
I mean, there wasn't a biobed, but we did find, like, a habitat-looking thing. Unless... Flashlight. Didn't they all die before they settled? Yeah, that's true. Okay, yeah, I don't know. I think there... If there is something, well, it's very well hidden and I can't find it, so... I think I'm probably just wasting my time here at this point. Yeah, we can go towards the tree. It's pretty fast, to be honest.
The Nomadic Advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
Wonder if you can actually sleep in this game and, like, pass the night. Yeah, this place has a ton of gold if we need it. That's true.
T. Ruby NR, lead pilot. Partial voice data retrieved.
Hey! Umala! Uh-oh.
Do you remember the flight to the cicada? Before you were scanned into storage, Ruby kept maneuvering the shuttle wildly, and then apologizing to the passengers. I don't know how you felt about it. Personally, I was charmed. She finds her work intoxicating, and that's what life is all about. Loving what you do. Signal location uploaded to your PDA.
I think the biobed was buried in that habitat. I feel like I explored the habitat pretty well, though, no? You really think so?
I have a special request, investigator. I can't call it personal, because I'm not a person. But it could really increment my value function, you know? One of my kin is still alive. I've detected low-frequency code from an active NOAA node. It's housed in a deep facility it calls the tadpole pens. You may want a tadpole of your own to get down there. Maybe it can tell us what became of the colony, and how to avoid the same fate. Signal location uploaded to your PDA.
Well, I made a biobed,
Warning.
which
Power
basically just
offline.
sets like your respawn point, right? But if you find the biobeds from the other people, oh, I just realized I left this running the whole time. Oops.
Power connected. All systems online.
But yeah, if you find the biobeds from other people, then you just swap all these batteries out. Then you get an upgrade to your inventory capacity. Somebody in chat was saying that you also get you also can get more slots for your, like, hotbar. So I'm wondering, like, where that is that I missed, to be honest.
Welcome aboard.
Because yeah, getting more inventory capacity is like so important, I feel like. But yeah, we have a power cell as well. Not really sure we need the extra oxygen tank. It definitely can come in handy though if I'm being like greedy. People are trolling if they say you can increase the hotbar above 5. Oh, really? Somebody was saying that they, like, multiple people said that they had. I wonder if there's anything I should process in the meantime.
Warning. Power offline.
It's in the shallows. You can have 7 slots,
Power
yeah.
connected. All systems online.
But where is it, man? I need to find this goddamn thing. Maybe it's here. Don't think I've been here. Yeah, I've been looking for the biobeds, man. Clearly, I'm not very good at exploring, though. Oh, wait. Pause, champ.
Dexterity upgraded.
Oh my god, there it is, dude. We found it.
Improved.
That's funny how it's like, I wonder where it is. I must have missed something. I actually, when I saw that there was the medkit there, I had a feeling this was the spot. Just because I knew I actually hadn't been here yet. Now to find a 7th one. Well, it's easy to just like miss a hole somewhere.
Metal is giving everyone tremors. Sophie says don't treat it. I need a clear timeline of nerve breakdown. I say I cannot afford clumsy workers. This bed will reprint you with improved fine motor skills and muscle memory. No more fumbling around for your tools. It will delay the symptoms for a while. Just don't tell the boss. Let's help her pretend she doesn't know.
I'm just kind of vibing without the cam on. Alright, nice. Beautiful. That was only 100 meters from my frickin'... I guess you want to look for, like, the lights. The lights are definitely there to, kind of, like, lead the way. Alright, well, let's go to the ruby black. Actually, I want to check out Woo Woo. I don't know why Woo Woo's been marked, because I'm pretty sure I was over here before, but I guess it's something I didn't, like, interact with it. This was the silver cave. Actually, did we go all the way down the bottom of this thing? Because last time our oxygen might have been kind of sus. There is a light here. Unless... Wait a sec. Oh my god, I was in this cave before. No way, dude. Well, I was in this cave, but I didn't realize. I didn't fully explore it, I guess. And we were definitely over here, but I guess I might have missed something. We definitely scanned this place before. I don't know why that's being tracked still. Well, the tadpole pens is definitely where I'm gonna get the recipe for that. You know what? I kind of want to just explore, like, around this area a little bit further, though. This might be the edge. Oh, I see a light, though. Go no further. You're experiencing Macefield syndrome. Many of us have disappeared. You're about to join them. You do not need to go to the tree. You will not find anything. Noah will print a new fork of you. Your memory will be reverted. There is no jubilee except finishing the job. Okay, yeah, the map definitely ends here. 100%. I'm gonna get, if I go that way, I'm gonna get eaten by a fucking Leviathan. Do it, pussy. I don't want to get eaten by the Leviathan. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it, bro. I don't wanna. I'm not ready for that yet, chat, okay? I'm not ready. The bladder only goes so far though. It doesn't have that much air in it, so I think the bladder only takes you up like 50 meters. Seems like this is just like the edge of the shallows. What is this? Oh, just a little passage. Just trying to get it like like my bearings of like the map, like where the edges are, so I kind of know like where I need to explore, potentially. But yeah, that's the thing. If I do it, I'm pretty sure the items are gonna get like, they're gonna get like stuck down there. Oh, this is where I cured the infection. Okay. Oh yeah, you can just make a manual save. That's fast. Well, I don't think you lose like the tools that you have equipped, but I believe you lose you lose like the materials that you have on you. No, we haven't gone to the tree yet. I'm just kind of exploring the edge of the map right now, trying to see... Oh, this is the... Oh, okay, I know where I am. This is the path that I took before. I'm just trying to get, like, my bearings of the map, because it seems like most of the... Like, where it wants me to go is northeast east. Seems like that's where... most of the new stuff is. I think we've hit like most of the... Oh, actually, I don't know. Oh, that's the quartz hole. Yeah, no, we've been there. It's a good thing we put down the marker, actually. That's helpful. Whoa. Well, I don't think we've been over here. Maybe we'll find some recipes that are good. I mean, it seems like it's just quartz and stuff, though. Bioreactor. We've already scanned that. Wait, there's a hole here? Oh, just a bunch of copper. No, we don't have the blueprint for the tadpole. We got the... It's telling us to go investigate the tadpole pens. And I know when I go there, I'm definitely gonna get the recipe for the tadpole. I'm just exploring like the edge of the map, trying to see what the fuck is that. Trying to see if there's any stuff that I missed. The way that Subnautica generally works, though, is that like, you know, you need to go to like the later areas. Like it's kind of like a, it has like a progression to it. Oh. Actually, I think we've been in this one as well. Yeah, I'll scan him. I was just wanted to look over here first. Oh, actually, no. Woo, baby! Hell yeah! Yo, that's good. Good thing we came over here. Power storage. Oh, nice. Finished power storage. Oh, an advanced wiring kit as well.
Nehima journal, go. During salvage at Camp 1,
oh, tadpole parts?
Body from the seafloor. It's me. I was in the first wave to build Camp 1. The ones who vanished. What happened to me?
Nice.
If Noah wiped my memory but kept me around, it must think I contribute something valuable to the group. Maybe it doesn't have any other ecologists. Or it likes how I scream. The Buddhist kids are right. I am trapped in samsara. Personally, I'd be okay with reincarnation as an animal. Maybe a cool eel. But I just came back as me. Zip gathered my bones for fertilizer. I'm grateful. She's not bad, as humans go.
Just planted me. I mean, it's smart. Might as well. Okay. Well, nice. That was actually quite nice to find. Where was the giant clam? Wait, where am I going now? Oh, this is the giant clam. Okay. Is that the edge? I mean, I don't know. Portable oxygen generator. Ooh. Okay. Should probably get this lithium. Oh, it actually gave me multiple that time. This is actually a good spot for lithium. The fuck? That's fucking creepy, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I gotta go up. Trigger another? Yeah, if you hit enough of them, I wonder if it actually fucking clamps on you. Oh, it's so dark now, dude. I don't like that. Great jaw. Great clam that bites you. An enormous omnivorous clam with a dangerous defensive feeding strategy. Like earthly bivalves, the great jaw's body consists of 2 mineral shells connected by powerful abductor muscles. The clam's main body, including its digestive organs, heart, and gills, rest inside the shells. When the tendons of the abductor muscles are disturbed, the shells close, trapping prey inside. The jaw then secretes domoic acid neurotoxin. Projected symptoms: nerve damage, short-term memory loss, death. It's so dark, man. Actually, we're close to our second base. I want to put a beacon here, to be honest. We just need 1 titanium, actually. Actually, didn't we drop a titanium in here? Maybe not. We could probably just find a titanium somewhere down here. Maybe. There's a bunch of lithium here. This could be good for lithium if we need it. Great jaw clam. You can use this to kill leviathans. That'd be kind of cool. I don't think you can build, like, inside its mouth. Can I try to trigger it? Yeah, I can. I can make a save and try to trigger it. Yeah. Try to run. Well, yeah, I wanted to see. Well, it doesn't even kill you. A little anticlimactic, yeah. It's cool, though. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. You'd think that would kill you. You have to mess up pretty badly to trigger that thing.
Welcome aboard.
I don't really need that stuff, to be honest. I could just leave it here. No, I'm pretty sure you can just... Actually, I don't know. Maybe you can go to the tree?
Welcome aboard.
You missed the welcome aboard, Captain? Yeah. Dedicated core. I guess we can make it. Gonna need that for something. Clear up some space. Anything else cool that we can make? I guess we should probably go back to the main base before we try to make anything interesting, but... I guess we have the oxygen generator now, too. Not really sure what that's going to be useful for. Cools interior air using outside water. Roof pump.
Welcome aboard.
What does that do? What did it say? Cleans interior air? Or cools and cools. Oh, I guess you need this if you're building your base in like a hot area. I guess heat actually maybe affects... we need to make the Keep Calm poster. Well, the thing is, your base has oxygen normally. It's marked decor. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess maybe it's not actually useful then. You're right. It is. It does say... Oh, moon pool. Wait, what? Oh, shit. I didn't even realize. Oh, it's daytime now. Nice. What is this? Titanium? Alright, I'm just gonna stick with my exploring around the edges, because that's how we got that one friggin' inventory upgrade, so... I'm gonna keep, like, exploring the edge and see if we find anything interesting. We got that when I got the second tadpole fragment. I see. Try the power storage. Oh yeah, I could do that. What is this? Sulfur? It's weird there's sulfur out here. I'm feeling a little scared out here right now. Like I don't know. Something feels sus. You guys feel it too? Doesn't seem like there's too much on the edges here. Although, what the hell is that? It looks like a fucking tube. Seems like it's just a lot of crabs out here. There's a lot of salt. I guess if you need a lot of salt, you could come to the edges of the map here. Are there any bubbles around here? Oh, is this the lot?
30 seconds.
Just wait for another bubble. Resonator? Okay. Am I gonna be back in that cave I was in before?
Heat warning.
I think so. Okay. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, I had a feeling this was the same one, but I wasn't 100% sure. Oh, jeez. Oh! No, I haven't really seen any, like, alien buildings yet or anything like that. What is this thing? Jelly ring. Heat-eating jelly donut. Not a jelly, but full of jelly. Feeds on the heat and chemical flux of hydrothermal vents. So he likes the vents. They die and fall to the seafloor, fertilized in the deep with nutrients. There are signs that living jelly rings travel to deep sites and expel their jelly, giving up their calories for no apparent benefit. Natural selection cannot produce behaviors which hurt the individual to help the ecosystem. This may be a farming behavior or a donation to unknown relatives on the seafloor. Okay. Alright, maybe we should go... Maybe we should go back to base. What is this thing? Village?
30 seconds.
Barrel?
Pioneers in a first contact scenario face two terrifying possibilities. That they are alone, or that they are not. Oxygen.
They talked about the tailings hunting them. Yeah, I guess it was like another civilization then or something. Oh, they had a dive elevator on... Why is there a dive elevator on top? I guess they... Weird. Oh, tailing... Oh my god, that's a big chest. there's more of their structures here. I guess we could probably find... Oh yeah, there's the chest. Go below, there's a cave. Well, yeah, but is this not the cave that I... Maybe this is a different cave. I guess this is a new zone, so this probably is a different cave. Ooh, half-round room. But yeah, you don't need the backseat, man. I'm doing fine on my own. Looks like that. Yeah, it's fine. No worries, dude. It's all good. We need to get back home for some like food and stuff. Sure. Go this way. Thermal plant. Is this the same fuck? It is the same fucking cave, bro. We're going in circles. My intuition was correct. Wait, bro, okay, just get me out of here, man.
The roots. Follow the roots. He built on the roots. He knew where to build.
Alright, let's just go back to base. We'll go back to base, and then we'll explore the ruby black box, and then we'll go to the tadpole pens. We can also make the moon pool while we're here.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah, the game's good. I mean, if you like Subnautica 1, you'll definitely like this game. It is, I mean, it's very similar to Subnautica 1.
Seek fresh water intake.
Actually, you know what? We should probably hold on to some metal salvage. Like, if we want to make a base somewhere, bringing metal salvage with is, like, the best way to do it. Because it's so space efficient. We can make a moon pool, I believe. I don't really have a good spot for this chest. Well, I mean, I guess here is fine. I just gotta get rid of the windows, just not... I can move the window higher up, I guess. That looks better. This chest kind of sucks, bro. The storage locker's better. This thing's huge. Well, yeah, moon pool doesn't actually, like... I don't think we're gonna actually be able to make something with the moon pool yet, but... We need to expand our base. I need water as well. Let's get some water. Can you stack them? That's a good question.
Welcome aboard.
Probably not, but maybe. No. You cannot. Oh yeah, somebody said you wanted me to make... Oh yeah, power storage. Yeah, let me make a germanium ingot. Actually, let's do it from silver. We have more silver.
Warning. Power offline.
Oh.
Welcome aboard. Power connected. All systems online.
Why is the power... Okay, now we're good. Alright. It's so dark out. We really don't need this upstairs. Yeah, I could put another turbine in the... I could put another turbine. What does the turbine take anyways? 3 titanium, 3 copper, 3 silver. Yeah, the chest is kind of cringe. No, you can't stack the chests. They're not. They don't even have as. I honestly assumed that the chest would be more space than the locker, but it's not. It's not even that big. It's a 5x5, whereas this is 5x6. All right, fine. I'll get rid of the chest. Will I be playing this tomorrow? I mean, if there's more stuff to do, yeah. Oh yeah, we got, oh yeah, you can put a door? Not really sure what the point of that is, though. Oh yeah, it needs to be attached to a wall. I guess it's if you want to make, like, a room. Wait, it costs 6 titanium? Oh wait, no, 2. Oh, it costs 4. They're gonna have something for Night Rain. Maybe. I guess when it's disabled, it builds up power storage. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I thought. Oh, the half round room. Oh, I need glass. Okay. Oh. What did that? I don't even know. I don't. Oh, I just built that, I guess, just for the hell of it. What do you mean cannot deconstruct? Oh, because the windows.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
We don't really need that upstairs, to be honest. How does this... Oh, that actually looks pretty nice.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah, that looks pretty nice. I like it. Yeah, the moon pool. That's the thing, like, I can't, well... I could put the moon pool here. Oh, you can move them? Oh, you're right. There is move mode. Oh. Well. We know now. Yeah, Thanks. Okay, it doesn't seem like we can actually put the moon pool here anyways. This is fine though. Well, to be honest, that's just a mechanic, bro. Bruh.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
Hold on,
Welcome aboard.
we need to fix this. Oh, can you wait, you think I can move? Oh my god, you're right. I don't know why, I just assumed because the inventory was there that I couldn't move it. Okay. All right. Nice. Give lockers names. Well, yeah, I know that, but the problem is I'm not really at a point where like I don't really care. There's too many items where I don't really want to try to organize it. All right. So our place is looking all right. Oh, you know what we need? Beautiful. I can't put any posters in there. What about the plushie? Do you mean the Reaper Leviathan? Wait, hold on. This is... And relax and enjoy my view. Beautiful. All right, hold on. I'll be back in one sec, chat. Crazy way to place a table and a chair. Yeah, listen, I'm at the head of the table, all right? All right, I'm back. I'm gonna make a bit of food and water, and then we're gonna go. Can I get eaten, please? What the hell? No. I will not get eaten, thank you very much.
Welcome aboard.
All right. Let's go to the ruby black box. Hello, Pete. We should probably go to the tadpole pens first, because I think that's going to get us the vehicle, but I'm in no rush. It's insane how little damage these fish do. Oh, it's just over here. Pretty sure I've, like, explored this place.
Hey, Gonzo, you hear that?
Oh! Oh, shit!
Everybody get your flares ready. Keep them away from the kids. Two of them! Hey! Umara! Uh-oh.
Oxygen.
Okay. I need titanium, copper, and 2 glass. I might grab a little bit more supplies while on the way back, because we might need some copper. I don't know, we might be getting low on copper. God, we have so much inventory space now, it's amazing. Game already sold over 1 million copies. Yeah, people are saying that. It's crazy. I mean, I'm not surprised. Subnautica 2 was, or Subnautica was loved by a lot of people, so.
30 seconds. Oxygen.
Welcome aboard.
All right. Oh, let's make the vehicle fabricator, shall we? Assuming we have the supplies. I think we're gonna have to, we need titanium ingot and a copper ingot. Oh yeah,
Welcome
Curly.
aboard.
I'm proud of you, buddy. I assume I need to get rid of this poster. Wait, I'm confused. What? Why is it?
Welcome aboard. Warning. Power offline. Power connected. All systems online. Welcome aboard.
Okay. You need a freaking light in here, dude. There we go. It's a little scuffed, but it works. Doesn't it bug you that it's off center? Yeah, a little bit. But do what you gotta do. Actually, wait, maybe I can fix this. Why can't I? Yeah, I can move the moon pool.
Welcome aboard.
We move it to the front. Well, that's what I was trying. It doesn't like let me put it here. Oh, or wait, no. It, like doesn't work. It, like has to be on the sides. Or I guess. I don't think you can make the moon pool. Oh, you. Oh. Well, that's better. 2 titanium and a system chip.
Warning. Power offline.
Oh shit.
Power connected. All systems online.
All right, we have reserve power too. Oh, this is like closer to center. I can power my base just fine. I just need to pick up some more titanium. And then we're gonna go to the tadpole pens. Well, we're gonna make the tadpole. And then go there. Yeah, you can pick up like the poop from the crab. Maybe it has stuff on top of it. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Welcome aboard.
Honestly, I don't think we need the other tank. There's the timer. Isn't a speed run, my man. We're just playing the game. What else do I need? All right, system chip. I think we can make that. All right, here we go, our tadpole. It's happening. Oh.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
All right, let's check. Let's see this thing. So does it have storage? Oh, it has upgrades. Grab on. This is for co-op. That's cool. But whoever's grabbing on, do they get oxygen? Whoever's fucking holding on to that shit is just the one getting fucked. Change seats, yeah. Honestly, the materials for this aren't even that much. You'd probably just make 2 of them. Do I have a repair gun? No. I actually don't know if I have the recipe for that or not. Hold on, I'm gonna go back and see. Or can I... Can I just check my blueprints? Because it's at the fabricator though, right? So I don't think I have the repair gun. I think I scanned one, but I think I only found one. We'll probably find the repair gun at the tadpole place, so... If we need to craft another one, that's fine. It's not really a big deal. No, you can't boost. I'm playing solo, Lucas. What of your power finishes? Yeah. I also kind of want to... More poop. Does this thing have a storage on it? Probably need like a storage like module or something. Doesn't seem like it has any storage.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Oh, it called me Captain. Attach a storage locker to it? I mean, maybe if you get an upgrade. Like an upgrade module. The ones you can pick up? Okay. Well, when I go back to base, I can look. There's got to be a way inside this thing. Oh. Nope, never mind. Gotta be a way in here. Feels like there should be a way in here. Maybe not. I guess there isn't really that much structure in the first place. It is kind of a small... What is that? What is that sound? Schematic, yeah. Oh. Oh, the half round room. Okay. Lame.
Nehema Journal, go. I just dodged a marrow breach, and I feel like a god. Not a god, an animistic trickster. An ancestor of myself. This is what our bodies did before the first city. It felt like playing a game and winning.
Ooh.
The most important game ever played. The damn thing is that I think the marrow breach was playing with me too. Oh, it would have eaten me if it won. But it was playing. Evolution has equipped it to enjoy its work.
My inventory is so fucking big.
Could ever enjoy filling out a loss report.
Oh, my tadpole is right there.
About the meaning in nature. The Mongolians have Tengri, the eternal blue sky, who ordinates the fate and balance of the cosmos. But did he save them from the claw?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Our sky is black, and we are done with gods. Capital has taught everyone that nature is a marketplace of violence, that natural selection is the same as competition, and competition is the key driver of evolution. And if I tell them that no, it's not like that, nature is not operated by the same logic as a publicly traded corporation, the cynicism slams down like a hatch. Everything is a job. Fitness is profit. Profit is life. It's a trap. And I'm going to find the way out.
Oh, there is two ways in.
Upgraded. Inventory expanded.
Oh, hell yeah. No. 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 Don't do it.
Approaching derelict structure. Echo analysis detects a precipitous silence. Be alert for a sudden drop in the seafloor.
Oh boy. That's scary. Titanium ingot. What is that?
Attention, and St. Bates Ganaú to all lubbers, pukers, printouts, and other non-pilots. I am the senior of 2 qualified drivers in this mess. You will listen to and obey our instructions or lose your tadpole privileges. Rule 1, if you qualified on a sea moth or space moth, you should be ready to handle a tadpole. Rule 2, if you did not qualify, you will need training under bosun's mate robot or myself. This is not optional. Rule 3, mind your trim, mind the current, mind your heat. Remember, the tadpole is not actively cooled. Rule 4A, our tadpoles were configured for the Zezuran aquifers, so they come in a minimal config. Plug the core into a chassis. If you need to enter a cramped space, you can detach the core. Rule 4B, but always bring your chassis home. If you forget one, you will be visited by your disappointed ancestors. Rule 5, respect the crush depth. If you need to go deeper, you'll need a depth module. Rule 6, keep an eye on your power and
Depth
ear on
module.
your noise. My dear husband, who Noah will not yet print more than one of, monitors all tadpole traffic on sonar. So do the things out there which love to crack hard shells and get at the meat inside. If you run out of power, Ganzo might be able to hear you screaming before they find you. Rule 7, have fun.
So
This
many
is your
rules.
chance to visit the
True.
elevated spiritual plane where
this
pilots
work?
dwell.
Oh.
Yes. If you want to hear awful recordings of me dying, come by the scanner room when my husband isn't there.
Scout array. Dude, there's so many moon pool recipes here.
Heat warning.
Okay, so I guess this is like a attachment for it. I wonder if that makes it like faster.
30 seconds.
I'm going inside. Oh, the repair tool. Nice. I was gonna say, I had a feeling we would find it here. Jars. Oh. Can't interact with this biobed.
I see. There's a ghost here, in that biobed. This node is sustaining that ghost. It can't do anything else. You can't get them out of the bed, understand? There's not enough to print. But you can talk to the ghost. If you want.
Okay.
God, already? Wait a moment, don't go. I just have to find my... I've lost something. Where is it? Sophie Boucher. Who are you?
I'm a sea creature.
No, you're a human being. You must not forget. There isn't much time. Have you met me already? Did I stop Naima? Then I did stop her, did I? Damn it. Damn it. She's going to kill everyone. We have to stop her. God. What if we're the last ones? The surgeon. They trusted me to keep them alive, and I couldn't. This planet. It poisons you. People couldn't take it. There was a riot. I knew Naima planned it. I knew she had to be stopped, so I followed her. But I left an image of myself in a biobed to tell the others. Oh God. Is that me? I'm Sophie's ghost. Maybe I'm dead. Maybe you're the last one. The last human in the universe. You remember? Don't you remember? Low memory. Why do I keep hearing that? Where are we? We woke up in Sleep Bay 3. No cicada, nothing but ocean. We aren't on Zezura. The stars are wrong. There were always rumors the biobeds were alien technology Altera found on Riley's world. What if the cicada found another hint of those aliens and chased after it? Some things are more important to Altera than a colony. Even the last colony. If that's what we are. You were there when the Kara came. The hives. The monsters. They sent in the frontiersmen. It was war. The children in my clinic would sing. When the vents start hissing, someone goes missing.
Yeah, it is really like
soldiers.
They do reference the Subnautica 1 protagonist.
Low memory. Reducing vivarium resolution.
We were losing. Altera sent out ships to make deep space colonies Mongolian style. In case the Kara broke through the cordon and ate everyone. We might be the last survivors of the human race. And that's why Nahima wants to kill us. Because she's a jaded burnout who thinks bees are more important than people. She's brilliant, but she's always been a pain in my...
Warning. Low memory. Reducing effective range.
She would tell you that our only future on Proteus is an endless cycle of digital reincarnation and debt slavery. So she'd rather have no future at all. I would tell you she's off her antidepressants and rotten with Macefield.
How do they even have antidepressants?
I was trying to stop her from killing you. You and everyone else. She's obsessed with the tree. You've seen it sitting out there like a gigantic virus injecting itself into the world. The tree takes control of all other life. Forces it to serve. That's the Macefield syndrome. A viral obsession with the tree and its organs. And
They can print humans, you think they can't print drugs? Okay, yeah, fair point.
She's still out there, trying to extirpate humanity from this world and the universe. I thought Macefield would stop if we cleared the bloom from the tree's roots, but Nahima said that was a 4546B mindset. She said the problem was much bigger than one viral syndrome. I think she was right. The problem is bigger. Bigger than any living thing has any right to be. To end Macefield, we have to destroy the tree.
Updating warning. Critically low memory. Vivarium reset imminent.
Yes, of course. The core of the running tide is wild and clear, and it may not be denied. I think the tree made the proteovirus, and proteovirus is in everything. Every living cell. You're infected the moment you touch the water. You're going to hear voices calling you to the tree's roots. Eventually you'll fall into a trance and drown. You'll be fertilizer. A quiet sleep and a sweet dream when the long trick's over. There's no human future here.
Maybe it's good we didn't go towards the tree yet.
No, I'm not even real. Just enough of my brain to predict what I'd say. That's what I'm missing. Everything. The whole rest of Sophie Boucher. If you find the real me, tell her I did my best to be her. I'm not going to last much longer. Tell me, what will you do? Yes, but the Macefield destroyed them too. That's what I believe, at least. Some of them survived. They guard the ruins to the east. We call the site Karakorum.
Oh.
Maybe you can learn something from them.
The east.
Some trick or cure. What will you do?
Oh, she didn't say she missed part of the dialogue. I'm gonna help you.
Not me. Everyone else. 40,000 people on the cicada. Waiting for a chance. Waiting for you to show them how to survive.
Fatal error. Out of memory. Vivarium halted. Fatal error. Out of memory. Fatal error. Out of memory. Fatal error.
No. Alien ruins. Oh shit. Monka. It's so fucking dark here now, man. Wait. Wait, what's going on? Why is the fucking door closed? Oh. Ooh, the lights are pretty good on this thing, though. Well. Oh god, that's... I'm going home. I want to go make the, like, chassis... what was it for the... I don't know, there was something I could make for this. God, the sounds, man. Yeah, the fins. Probably makes it move faster. And we can make the repair gun. Well, it's not the sea moth. It's called the tadpole in this. I mean, it's more or less the same thing, though. Moonpool doesn't, like, grab you in this like it does in Subnautica 1. 2 plasteel ingots and a strong acid, okay. Need the docking bay. Oh, was it separate? I guess I forgot that. Oh yeah, let's see. Can we attach this to it? Oh yeah. Attach to hard point. Nice.
Welcome aboard.
That's sick.
Welcome aboard.
Alright, we need to get some more food. I mean, the game's really good so far. It's just a shame that it's, like... it's in early access, so... you know, we're not gonna... like... eventually you're just gonna hit a point and there's gonna be, like, no more content. Which, I mean, obviously every game is going to be like that, where you're, you know, there's going to be no more content, but, you know, there's no, like, ending for this game, or anything like that. Alright. Oh, our inventory is so much better now, though. Man, this thing takes a while. I guess let's just go get some more materials in the meantime. Oh yeah, I do have poop in my pocket. You're right. I just want some titanium. Well, I'll take what I can get. It's kind of...
30 seconds.
Just kind of picking stuff up that I see.
Oxygen.
What the...
Welcome aboard.
Alright. Oh yeah, and we need an acid. I'm trying to remember actually where I got all that acid from. Can I see, like... I think it's over this way. No, maybe not. I should have marked it, man. I don't remember where it is. We're probably gonna need more acid. It's close to the silver cave. Okay, I am going the right direction then, I guess. Okay, I think it was like over this direction from the silver cave. Did I fully explore over to this area? I don't know. I think this is where, like, where we were near the edge before. Yeah. Yeah, well, we can't really go any deeper. All right, let's go back home. Yeah, we could test the elevator stuff later. How do you make the markers? You need to make a beacon, and then you can like label it.
Oxygen.
Welcome aboard.
The dual-mode repair tool combines plasma arc welding and fabricator assist to handle bulk or precision repairs. Though optimized for dry welds, it performs acceptably when wet.
All right. Status jailbreak. Didn't notice this before. You have your cat on your lap? Aw, that's cute. Right. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I think we have everything. Should. Alright, let's build it. Maximizes acceleration, top speed, and turn rate. Oh, hell yeah. Alright, we'll just make a bunch of acid, because why not, I guess. Alright. Looks good to me. Ouch. Wait, how do I charge this thing? Oh, right, it uses power cell. And we have the storage on the back now. That's actually really nice. Let's try out this repair tool. Okay. Pretty simple.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
It'd be nice if you could just like press the number slot that you wanted in and it would just like transfer. Instead of having to drag it. Alright, do we go to the fucking alien ruins, I guess? And attach more lockers on the side? Damn it. I was wondering about that. Hold on, let's see. Is there more on the side? I don't know if there is. But if you say I can, maybe. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Oh yeah, maybe if I didn't have the wings. I guess. Well, I guess you can just deconstruct the chassis. Honestly, it's fine though. I mean, having 3 storage boxes would be nice, but... Can you make these crates actually? Or do you have to find them? I think you have to find them. Or maybe you can... Oh no. Never mind. Don't they fold?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
What the heck? No, it doesn't seem like you can attach them on the sides, regardless. Maybe it's like an upgrade or something. Alright, anyways.
Captain.
Thing is, how do I... Tadpole...
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Alright. Well, let's go. Let's make a save, just in case. Well. We'll see. Hey Sama, thank you for the Prime sub. My boxes are floating there. That's fine. I can't bring them with me.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
What is that?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Is this the... Oops. I think this is the ship that we found the... the recipe at? It looks like it, yeah. I think. Yeah, no, this.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
So dark, man. Sounds lovely. Okay, this is the building we entered. Oh, I'm scared, chat. What is that thing? Okay, that's what I thought, but...
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Fuck it, I guess we just go straight down.
Warning. Maximum depth leak. Hull damage imminent.
Ruh-roh. There doesn't seem to be much, life around here.
Detecting artificial towers in this region. Echo analysis shows extensive damage to all but one.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
My God.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Aliens are out there, stop farming. Oh God. Is it on me? Oh God. Look at it, bro. I'm stuck in the current, man. And what do you want from me? I didn't even see it. Maybe it's friendly. Yeah, it sounded pretty friendly. That's true. Fucking aliens, man.
The door is unpowered. An Altera generator would destroy the alien electrical system. Locate an alien generator to gain access.
We could just blast through.
Yeah, and if we're lucky, Nahima kills us and fills our biobeds with concrete before the tailings get to us. This is the history. We can't blow it up.
They do take good care of the exterior. What if the electrical system still works? We could hook up our own generator.
Unless you can find me a wiring diagram, we'd fry the whole system. You ever see a metal fire underwater?
What if there are wiring diagrams, instructions right in front of us, and we just can't see them?
Did your hot springs tell you about this?
Actually, she might be right. The Axums see with a combination of solar and polarized light. Some of their writing might be invisible to us. We'd need to modify our scanners to look for it. Or our eyes. Ha!
All right. Let's ask Sophie if we can try out her super scanner. PDA, activate the base camp waypoint. Sing. Drop a recording here in case we get reset.
Alright. Put down a marker. Probably a good idea. That was a weird looking fish. Oh shit. Are you friendly? Oh shit. Can I smack that? Holy shit, there's so much fucking titanium here. Okay, maybe we build a base out here just for the hell of it. Bro, what the fuck is this? This is so much fucking titanium. There's copper over there. Yeah, I think they do probably want you to build here. Right next to the creepy sounds. Oh, wait. I thought that was copper, but it's just coral. Oh, there is copper over... There is copper. Oops. Oh god.
Warning. Power offline.
Yeah, this is a good spot to build. Don't worry about it. Oh, I need quartz? Oh, there's quartz. Wait, is that quartz? Or is that... I think it is quartz. Yeah, it definitely seems like they want you to build here. They're giving you like all the materials you need.
30 seconds.
Yeah, you definitely move a lot faster with this thing compared to normal swimming. Which, I mean, makes sense. You should.
Power connected. All systems online. Welcome aboard.
I need more quartz. Is there more quartz down here? Oh, yeah. Oh, wow, there's tons of quartz here. Okay. Alright, I mean, we can go up and actually build a fair amount of stuff now. Yeah, this place is, like, super good for actually building a base. There's just so much of the materials you need.
Welcome aboard.
Okay. Make a fabricator. Need the titanium.
Welcome aboard.
All right. Like, maybe there's not much of a point of building a base here, but this is pretty far away from our normal base. So I feel like making a base here is not a bad idea. Too scared to continue? I just want to make use of all these resources, bruh. As long as the big guy can't fuck with me here, I'm chill. I think he doesn't like when you get that close, though.
Welcome aboard.
Oh no, Milo. The heck? I captured a fish. Oh, not a battery. Do I really need this many solar panels? I don't even know what my what is my plan even here? What am I even doing?
Welcome aboard.
Oh, the fish is trying to get in. Hey, hey, dude, let me out. Yeah, I've used the scanner station. It's really nice. What is this purple? Oh. Oh. They are not friends. Can I get a double? Okay. I don't know why I'm even bothering to collect all this shit. I mean, I guess... I don't know. It's good to have a base here, and we have a bunch of titanium, so we can build whatever the fuck we want. For the most part.
Welcome aboard.
Why not? We need food and water anyways. That's good.
Welcome aboard.
Battery backups. Yeah, I have one battery left. What do you need to make a battery again? Oh, the acidic pouch. Yeah, I don't know. Though I don't know if you can get those in like. I feel like I only saw those at the start of the game. Oops, that's not what I wanted to make. Yeah, I guess you can make the charger. Can never remember what. Oh, the quartz is on the ship.
Welcome aboard.
Well, I don't really need to, I don't really even need to do it right now, but it's good to have. All right. Now it's getting dark. Can you TP resources? I don't think so.
Welcome aboard.
Actually, what about the power cell terminal? Wiring kit? I think I need silver for that. Mm-hmm. The fish is taking my tadpole. I imagine we could probably find silver somewhere around here. Probably looting too much shit, but... Oh no. Oh, actually, this is fine. That's quartz, right? Did I mark the new place? Well, it's right next to the door. So I don't really need to make 2 markers. It's kind of redundant. Oh, is that silver? It is. Nice. Let's take this silver back. Something on top of your ship you can interact with? Yeah, it's an upgrade module, but we don't have any upgrades. Yeah, we could do a resource scanner. I mean, the supplies are pretty abundant right now, though. I'm not really...
Welcome aboard.
Not really too worried about it.
Welcome aboard.
No, it's the upgrades.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard. can get a power cell charger as well. Why not? I mean, we could make another... It might be not a bad idea to make another moon pool here. We can also use the currents to, And that's a current right there, isn't it? Let's see if that actually works. Can I build this? 3 titanium, 3 copper, 3.
Welcome aboard.
Oh my god, we got so much space. Alright. We need some lights in here, dude.
Warning. Power offline.
Oh. Right. Make another? I think it's fine. Just a little bonks. Just a few. What am I getting? Oh, right, it's the fucking wings. I'm like forgetting that I have the wings. Make a bigger moon pool. I mean, I could. Honestly, having the base like higher up would be better, if anything, but I'm not really too worried about it. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh. Never mind, I thought I fucking detached the thing. Okay, hold on, we need more titanium. Where was the spot with, like, the 1,000,000 titanium? Oh, it's literally right here. Alright. I don't know, maybe I should have built the base, like, more closer to the ruins itself. I think this is still okay, though.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
Can I move the whole base higher? I don't think so. Honestly, I'm not that worried about it.
Welcome aboard.
Could make a step up. Can you make a step up though? Is that is that a thing? I don't. No, it doesn't even dock. I mean, maybe there's like a docking bay you can get, but... Oh. There is. Well, yeah, I know the previous game had the docking bay. I'm just saying I didn't have one, or I didn't think I had one, but apparently I do. Okay. We need to make... Where is the thing I want to make? Processor. Oh. Light not being aligned? I don't know if I can put the light. But now it's on that thing. Yeah, sure. There you go. Can the tailing chest go on the... No, this thing is fucking massive. No, my power's fine. I think... Well, that's why we were gonna make, the turbine. Okay, 3 titanium, 3 silver, 3 copper.
Welcome aboard.
Oh, and we need power transmitters. Okay, we wanted to try to build... the turbine here. Did I miss? Okay.
Welcome aboard.
And build one more. Okay, we got the double turbines going. 56 power here, which is more than enough. The turbine placement, let's leave me alone, alright, man. The turbine placement is fine. Wait, what do we need for the docking bay again?
Welcome aboard.
God, I'm always checking the wrong fucking thing. Okay, we need the processor, but to make the processor, we need those brain coral looking things. Because I'm worried our tadpole is going to run out of battery while we're out here. Not be great. Oh, maybe there's some in there. Honestly, I don't think we need the titanium. We can get titanium. Like, there's so much right next to our base.
The stone beneath this mesa has been eroded by hot, radioactive water. Probable source?
Oh, nice, there is
Titan
some.
rockpool. There may be an angel cone with useful adaptations nearby.
This thing is fucking destroying me.
Sophie, I'm sorry I destroyed your colony. Please listen. I did it because you couldn't. Because you're a good leader and you never give up on the mission. And I know where this mission will end. Noah is going to start printing duplicates. You and me and Zip and Mantis and Mogami's kids and Thing 1 and Thing 2 and all the rest. Every morning the biobeds will print 10,000 of us.
What the
Every day we'll maximize our KPIs and OKRs, and Noah's utility function will say, these people are happy and healthy. Mission complete. Humanity is thriving. Then in the evening, we'll all climb into the beds, and Noah disintegrates and resets us. A perfect day. Forever. No more mutinies, no more Macefield. No aging, no retirement, no waste. Just
I probably should have
peak
gone back to my
performance.
ship and not.
But Noah couldn't do that on its own. Noah
Not
would
up.
need human help to bypass its restrictions. And you'd help it, Sophie. I know you would. If it was the only choice you had left, you'd do whatever it takes to keep your crew alive. So I had to stop you.
Chat, she's talking about the lore.
Detecting powered fabricator systems and construction materials. Advised construction of a regional base camp.
We gotta go.
Oxygen.
All right.
Welcome aboard.
I mean, we basically have some. Yeah, they're basically giving us like every type of supply that we could ever want here. So definitely seems like you're kind of expected to make another base here. I mean, the frickin' robot even just said. What do we need to make? A wiring kit, I think. Oh wait, no. We want to make a processor, a copper wire. Two titanium, one silver, two copper wire.
Welcome aboard.
No, we don't have the depth module. We've been kind of taking our time. I've been like, honestly, like, I don't need to build this base. I just want to build this base. With how many resources there are here, I don't really mind doing it. It's pretty chill. It definitely feels like they made it easier in this game to like... It feels a lot easier to make a base in this game compared to the first. Not that it wasn't that bad in the first, but it also depends. It's just, if you want to make like a fully functioning base with all the things that you potentially might need, you're gonna need like most of the different type of materials.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
Yeah, the enemies have not been doing much damage so far. No, I didn't play Skate Story yet. Definitely don't need the bio lab. Copper wire. Alright. Well, we can make the dock. I don't really... I guess it's just to Let's see, how does this thing work? Needs more space, I guess.
Welcome aboard.
Need space down? Oh, maybe you're right. Well, this is a problem. You're right. It's too fucking close, man. God damn it. The thing is, I don't really know how I can elevate the base. Like, can expand rooms from inside out, yeah. There's just isn't really any good way of me doing this, because we have all the stuff in here already.
Welcome aboard.
Well, I was gonna use the dock to recharge the thing. Yeah, I mean, that's really far, though, that I gotta...
Warning. Power offline. Power connected. All systems online. Warning. Power offline. Power connected. All systems online. Warning. Power offline.
Yeah, I mean, I could connect it.
Warning. Power offline. Power connected. All systems online.
Seconds.
Welcome aboard.
It's fine. It's all good, guys. I put the top in the entrance? Why not? If it docks the right way, it's actually would be good.
Welcome aboard.
Why doesn't it... They are stacked though, what do you mean? I don't understand. Is it not like...
Welcome aboard.
It annoys me that I can't attach it to, like... All right. So the question is, nothing is centered. Shut up.
Welcome aboard.
I can't center the light, man. Oh wait, no, I can. All right. There we go. You can disable snapping. Oh yeah. You can actually just... Oh. Yeah, you know, it's like this F button does these things. It's crazy. What do you fucking mean, obstructed? Don't you fucking say that again. Okay, hold on. I don't know if I can... I can't shrink it. I know it's the door beneath it. That's why I'm trying to shift it, man. Alright, hold on. Change the entrance? No. You know what? I'm gonna move it a little bit further out. I'm not moving the hatch. Don't tell me what to do. Beautiful. All right.
Welcome aboard.
Well, that fucking thing doesn't look great, but... Alright, you know what, chat? You were right all along.
Welcome aboard.
Alright, so let's see. When I park this thing... Okay, yeah, see, this is a problem. Well, actually, no, it's fine. You hate it? What the fuck? You love it. Don't say that.
Welcome aboard.
Best base ever made? Hey. You know, I don't think it's too bad. We made use of the ladder, which is cool, right? I think it's alright.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah, there's like one specific fish that keeps getting in my base. Space feels a little weak. Well, yeah, we need more here. There we go. I'm getting more titanium. You access the mini sub storage when you're inside? No, I don't think so. Honestly, there's really no reason for me to actually dock it unless I want to charge the thing, though. I want to put stuff in the boxes.
Welcome aboard.
Ah, yes. Nice little trash can. Little Reaper Leviathan in the corner. With some lighting. I'm gonna put one more turbine in this current.
Welcome aboard.
All right. Nice. All right, we're looking pretty good. Turbine stacking. Oh yeah. Is there anything else we should... Oh, we should make a respawn point here. Where is it? Biobed? Copper wire and glass. Whoa. What the fuck? Alright. No, the 3 turbines are connected. You can see they're all moving. Oh, wait. Well, it connects to that one, which then connects to this, so I think it's still getting the power source.
Welcome aboard.
Seek fresh water intake.
Alright, that's looking good. Yeah, I don't have enough copper, man. I'm out of copper. I don't have copper for the last two. I need more. I'm working on it, alright? Oh! What was that? Wait. Do those things give a speed boost? Oh, I actually need water. Oh, I have water. Oh my. The fuck was that? Oh. Ouch, man. Oh, there's like something over there. Go check that out.
You have entered a viral bloom. All other microbial life in the seawater is dead. Use the sonic resonator to expunge bloom cankers and clear the infection.
We need to find some more silver. There was a section we saw with a bunch of silver. I'm just trying to remember where it was. I think it might have been further down. I had it where? Where the rocks are underwater? Ah. Oh, the double. Alright. We have just been building our fucking base for like an hour now. That's fine though, it's been fun. Alright.
Welcome aboard.
Alright, the cat wall is complete. Beautiful. Is there anything else I want to make? I think we're good now, honestly. We don't really have that many decorations. Just a bunch of posters. Well, it sucks you can't put them above the wall lockers. I feel like that's like a missed opportunity. What the heck? Oh yeah, we should make a scanner. That's actually true. That's the one thing that we probably should make. System chip. I mean, yeah, that would be helpful. What the heck is this? Feature enamel? Oh yeah, maybe if you disable the snapping to grid, you can do it. That's true. That might work. I took the stuff out of the back, right? I didn't. Oops. Rosetta Stone.
The glyphs on this monolith present the same messages in 2 languages. The architect symbols known from 4546B and an unknown writing system designating alien language Axum Radial A. Translation underway. Locate examples of Axum language to test and improve translation.
Can you just eat these for water? Oh, but you lose food. No, I did the scan. You can only mark like 1 item is the thing. Thing is,
Field notes Sudal Singh, observing the Axum tailings in the Karakoram
oh
ruins.
shit!
My reprint site is base
better
camp near the
fins.
observatory. This time they killed me right away. They really don't like us coming into the ruins. They're obviously capable of communication and social behavior. Why are they so damn hostile? According to Nahima's research, we are the only life on this world not infected by the Protea virus. Maybe the virus provokes violence against the uninfected? I don't know. It feels too convenient. The natives hate us because they're sick. More likely, they have good reason to distrust humans.
Oops.
And they know we come back when they kill us. So, maybe they are communicating. Maybe they're trying to teach us. You cross this line, you die.
I think this is where the creature enamel was marked down, but... What is this?
These Celestine deposits form when sulfur-shelled protozoans die faster than their remains can dissolve into the seawater.
Oh my god.
water intake.
I don't know, the creature enamel, like, was being scanned, but then... Did I, like, get, like, it doesn't show up once you get too close or something? I feel like my base shouldn't have ran out of power, though.
Oxygen.
Leave me alone, you fucking fish. God, it's so hard to see, man. But these are like boosters? Oh, that's really cool. Whee! Is that lead? Man, I have no idea where I'm going. That does not sound nice. Alright, we need water.
Warning. Power offline.
Oh, shit. Really? You're right, the power did go offline. Built too much shit. I built too many fucking cat lights, man. God damn it. Nothing another turbine can't... Oops. There we go.
Power connected. All systems online.
There's obviously removing the lights is just not a solution, so... alright.
Dehydration.
Oh. That's not good. Just fill out the whole thing with... Yeah, it's true. Not a bad idea. Over here, fishy. Get in my belly.
Welcome aboard.
Don't really have any salt. Okay, though. All right.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
This stuff away. Let's get out of here. All right, let's actually let's make some fucking progress, shall we? God, that speed boost is sick. Yeah, I'm on 4K res. Oh, engine efficiency.
Sorry, boss. What's going on?
Depth module lost.
Ruby, it's Boucher. Are you with your tadpole?
Right outside, boss. What's up?
Go direct southeast from the research base about 500 meters until you find the
Oh,
cicada
the mod
wreckage on the Troll
station.
Mesa. Flash your lights and make some noise. Ram it if you have to.
Nice.
Copy. Steer southeast, 500 meters, same depth. Can I ask why?
Tuba, Singh, and Mel just printed back here.
Oh.
They were testing the upgraded scanner when
Oh,
Axum
shit.
tailings attacked them, killed them, and took ISO. He's still alive. I've tracked his black box to the cicada wreck nearby.
Copy.
Our
Can't
cell
we
as
just
well.
wait for them to finish him off?
He's got Nahima's super scanner. She'll murder me if I lose it. Try to scare the tailings off. I'll get a team out there to recover his effects.
Boss, I've picked up a couple tails. Looks like 2 adult needlers need to evade.
Boss, our tadpole has our only depth module.
Christ. Come on, Ruby. PDA, log my conduct here for Kurultai review.
Oh, can I not scan that? Surprised these guys actually have power here. Oh, wait, they don't. Oh, that's why they give you the power cell, I guess.
All systems
The
are
battery.
online. Power connected.
This is as far as my pioneers got. They called this area the Protected Zone. There are references in the logs you may wish to investigate. A tadpole with a depth module went down south-southeast, bearing 165 degrees. Debris from a cicada lander module came down bearing 120 degrees. A pair of smaller debris fragments splashed down at bearing 105. There's a supply cache somewhere below this base. I'll begin searching for black box signals in the region. One more thing. This base has been visited several times within the past 10,000 hours. The visitors weren't human.
Oh. Okay, well, we could get the depth module if we go south-southeast. Oh, you can't take the battery back. I guess you could actually use... I could have just used this... Well, I mean, this base kind of sucks. But it does have, like, a fabricator and stuff. I guess building a base here probably would have been slightly better. It's okay, though. Oh, the creature enamel's over here too. Oh god. Yeah, let's go. Stuff in the back first. I scan the planter. I don't know, man. I feel like I looked at mostly everything that could be scanned there, but I'll double check. There might be something outside here that I missed. Well, I think I interacted with this. Oh, bins. That's nice, actually. Missed the bed? I don't think I can scan these beds. And I'm not sure what planter are you talking about. This thing? No. Maybe that's like gonna be added later or something. Yeah, he said there was something under the base. Oh shit. Okay, no, you're right. We're gonna have to find another one somewhere, though. Yeah, we got the board. I think we should go try to get the depth module. That's a big fish. Beside it? Wait, what? Oh, this is the one I already scanned. They said
maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
time of day display.
The Noetic advisor
Nice.
has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
Well, I feel like the tadpole that crashed with the depth module should be somewhere around here, I believe.
Seconds.
Bruh, fuck off. Oh, they like shoot something at you. Doesn't do like anything though.
Black box for Cord. Sorry, boss. Couldn't make it to the southeast rack. Forced down by Needler attack. I gotta make repairs. They're waiting for me outside, and I'm all out of med kits. I'm gonna dump my flares, grab the depth module, and swim for the research camp.
Oh, she went to the research camp.
Ruby out.
Damn you. Okay, well. Okay. My God, I'm getting fucking bullied.
Warning. Maximum depth leak. Hull damage imminent.
Question is, where's the research camp? Actually, wait a sec. Where was the... Dude, we're getting like beaten up. Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff. I don't know. Yeah, I know it's from the Noah node, but is there like... God, can I stop getting beaten up by these fucking... Oh, here we go. Or wait, no. Nope, this isn't it. Probably don't need the air bladder. Yeah, that's probably true. Oh my God, this is like... It's like a nightmare to fucking find what I'm looking for. I should just go back. Might be better just going back. It's creepy when you're at the top of the water like this.
This is as far as my pioneers got. They called this area the Protected Zone. There are references in the logs you may wish to investigate. A tadpole with a depth module went down south-southeast, bearing 165 degrees. Debris
so
from the Cicada lander module came down bearing 120 degrees. A pair of smaller debris fragments splashed down at bearing 105. There's a supply cache somewhere below this base. I'll begin searching for black box signals.
105 and 120.
One more thing.
Okay. I wasn't sure if they referenced the research camp. Because that's where she said she took the depth module to. I'm gonna try to go below the base here and see if I can find that. Supply cache. Oh, we could follow the rope, I guess. You know what? Let's go back to our base and make the improved fins. Hey, Dropian, thank you for the raid.
Welcome aboard.
Conduit crystal? Oh, I don't know how to get that. Can I make it? No. Can I scan for it? Oh, yeah, I want to make the mod station, yeah. Engine efficiency. System chip to glass. I thought I had titanium ingots, I guess not. We're out of titanium? What? How is this possible?
Welcome aboard.
Thing gets eaten so fast, yeah. Luckily, there's so much here. I think we should get some lights on the outside of the ship. There's exterior lights. Oh, exterior facilities, right. Not bright. It's the deepest you can go. I don't know.
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
Does it have to be the life pod? I assume no, because you can make the Noah terminal.
Colonist black box located. Rauli Isotalo, survival specialist. Partial voice data retrieved.
They are crawling directly on me, all over me. They have many limbs and complex mouth parts. It is pitch dark, but I can hear their clattering. The snap of their claws.
As a survivalist, ISO could be a model for your work. He shares your interests. Foraging, wildlife, self-defense, physical improvement. Occasionally speaking to people who aren't there. Signal location uploaded to PDA. I printed 26 colonists before the sleep bay drowned.
I think I listened to this one before.
This is my purpose. To reincarnate you from digital storage, support your work, and if necessary, reverse your death. If I lose track of my colony.
I think so. All right.
Welcome aboard.
It's a nice looking base though. It's very spacious. And it has cats. Can I chop this stuff up?
Welcome aboard.
Right. Can make... Oh, I need a glass. Alright. Bit of engine efficiency. Doesn't make us faster or anything, but... I like that poster a lot. Great poster. Keeps chat calm. Yeah. Okay, am I actually going to be able to get this creature enamel, or is it going to, like, disappear when I get too close? Oh, I think it's fine. I think every time we've tried to do this... Wait. Well, it disappeared, but we got pretty close. Did I make fins? No, I don't think I was able to. Man, where is this thing? It said... Oh. I saw this before. I mean, I'm enjoying it a lot. I mean, this is just early access as well, so... When the game is fully released, I'm sure this game is going to be amazing. Not that I mean, it's good, it's just... You know, the game isn't finished. But the content that is here is really fun.
30 seconds.
Do you save your progress in the full release? I have no idea. I have no clue. Man, we need to get the depth module, but I don't... I mean, maybe it's the black box over here. Maybe let's just go... Maybe let's go over here and... That sucks, rip base. I mean, we've done all of this in just one day. It's not... What the fuck is that? Maybe the research base is over here. This definitely looks like it's going to open up at some point.
Contact. Altera starship wreck detected. 1 colonist black box on site.
Can I get in this thing? Yeah, but we... Oh. Oh, wait. Repair tool. Oh, right. We went 160, 165. And we found a log where she said she said that she crashed and she's taking the depth module to the research camp.
Modification employs cultured alien bacteria to spawn metallic markers. You will notice that happy bacteria smell like beets.
Hello, Black Box. I am almost out of oxygen. The tailings have taken me into a cicada wreck.
What is that? Charger?
I think they want me to show them how our technology works. They are very interested in Nahima's bacterial scanner. Too bad they crushed it when they took it from me. Still, a good chance to observe them up close. They are crawling directly on me, all over me. They have many limbs and complex mouth parts, and no sense of personal space. It is pitch dark, but I can hear their clattering, the snap of their claws.
Back to that thing.
Oxygen.
I don't know if there was more oxygen somewhere in there. I didn't see it though. There'll be something in here. I don't understand. What's up with all the fucking water slugs? What am I missing here? Oh, I can just... Where'd you find silver? It's like close to the...
30 seconds.
Like close to where I built my base. Got the new biomods from here. Wait, what did I get? Because I got the voltaic thing, right? Was that a biomod? Oh, photovoltaic charger. Charges the tadpole's power cell in shallow waters during the day. I'm wondering if there's anything else here. This building is so damn big, I feel like there's more. Maybe not, though. I guess that's probably it. I guess that's the reason why there was the repair door there, because this is like an alternate entrance. Generally, like, a lot of the buildings have two entrances. Not always, though. But we are still nowhere closer to the depth module. What is this thing? Yeah, the game's really fun so far. I'm having a really good time with it. Oh, there's no dialogue for this one? Or maybe it bugged out. They're trying to repair the turbine. Need the bioscanner for this. We got... Well, wait, do we have the bioscanner? I don't think we do. We got part of it, but I don't think we finished getting the bioscanner. It would be under tools, right? I mean, I have part of the blueprint. Sometimes it takes multiple. Is that the bottom? Oh. You're right. We need enameled glass, which we can get, but we need conduit crystal, which we still don't know. The creature enamel is for the enameled glass. Is there any copper we could find around here? Oh, we can go in this thing.
These power plant control surfaces operate in a format outside human perception. Recommend adaptation.
Oh.
These power plant control surfaces operate in a format outside human perception. Recommend adaptation.
I actually think... Hold on, let me reload. How to see the unseen. We find one of Anita's angel combs and change our eyes. Okay, yeah. So we need to find... Okay, yeah. We need to find one of the combs and, like, purify it again or whatever. But it might be deep. In which case... we're gonna need to, Gives the location if you speak to him again. For what? For depth? The thing is, I feel like I went back to him, like... I've already gone back to him before. I'm pretty sure I went back even after I found the... I went back after I found the info. So let's go over there.
Warning. Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Is there just not voice acting at this point, or is it bugged? I mean, there's been voice acting up to this point, but maybe because it's early access, they don't have voices for this? I don't know. Ouch.
Warning. Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
What is that down there? That's salt? Oh. Oh, there could be something good here. There's a light going down. Oh shit!
Hardened vehicles are critical to deep water operations.
Oh hell yeah. Alright, we're going back home. I need to make more beacons, man. I guess this is past the tower-looking thing.
Power connected. All systems online.
All right.
Welcome aboard.
Wish there was like a take all button. I mean, holding left click works well enough anyways, at least. All right, dude. Just carry the container inside. Yeah, but then I have to reattach it. Alright, let's see. How do we make this thing? Enameled glass and system chip. We can actually make it. I think. How do we make enameled glass? Oh, just glass plus. Okay, nice. We need more quartz soon. Still don't know how to get a conduit crystal. Imagine we'll figure that out though. How deep can I go now? 450. Oh shit. There's a quest journal that tells you what to need to do. Wait, what? Where? What do you mean? Good night, sweets. Oh, abiotic factor. Oh, okay, my bad.
Welcome aboard.
Beacons? Yeah, I know. I'm just cooking some food. I should really make more. I should collect more fish and probably make the jerky. It's more like space efficient. All right. We need to collect some more.
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the
Oh.
life pod at your convenience.
Oh wait, that's not. That's not what I need.
Colonist black box detected. A second loss for Anita Gottschall. Partial voice data retrieved.
This is my body, given for you.
I don't think I can make the fins. I need the
Anita
crystal.
lacked drive. She lost her faith. I can't do that. I was trained around one tungsten-clad monolithic purpose. I must print, support, and if necessary, reset the colonists stored in Sleep Bay 3. I am a monomaniac. If I wanted something else, anything else, ever, I would have to express it. I would have to express it to myself in terms of how it supported the colonists of Sleep Bay 3. Like you. Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Anita. I mean, there's the freesia flower. Yeah, I have no idea where this, like, crystal thing is. Maybe it is the flower? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna turn off. Why does it disappear like that? It's so strange. I see one of the flowers right there. I don't think this flower is how you get the crystal, though. Oh, it's just for fiber. Which, I guess we actually need some fiber. Honestly, we don't really need more titanium, though. Probably deeper, yeah.
Welcome aboard.
Well, that's the thing. I have the scanner, but it's not listed as like a Altera base. The bloom infestation could actually lead us to the... That could be useful. That's salt. Sure. Get some salt. Don't you have to scan the item first? Yeah, but there. Well, I don't have anything to scan really. Are these... Do these give you a speed boost, like if you're... I don't know, kind of, I guess. It didn't seem to really do that much. Works much better on the vehicle. How's the game? It's been really good. "24-hour stream, no. No, I'm starting to feel pretty tired. I don't know if I'm gonna go too much longer. This area that we have to explore is so, like, big as well. It's a little... Okay, we can get a lot of quartz here. Honestly, when Subnautica 2 fully releases, I kind of want to try to, like, speedrun the game. Subnautica 1 runs looked fun. I mean, well, I don't know. They were, like, kind of crazy on, like, the menuing and stuff, but... I do kind of want to... I wonder if there's anything in this fire area. There's a ton of gold. I guess I'll just put down a marker here. One titanium. What is this? Just raw dog that. Yeah. It's definitely doable. Kind of like having the beacons though. Yeah, I mean if you make like if you just remember the direction relative to like a certain landmark, it's not too bad.
30 seconds.
Okay. Ton of gold there. Maybe it's just there for the resources. Oh, this is a bloom infestation. Okay, wait, we could check this out.
The disease is
Oh. Never mind. Can I, like, get out of this cave, or... Oh, there's something down here. Maybe we were here before? I don't know, it's so hard to keep track of everything. Yeah, no, we were here before. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, so I never played I never played Below Zero. I know a lot of people didn't really like Below Zero very much. I'm really enjoying this game so far. I mean, it feels... I mean, it's not like they really... I feel like... You know, it's very much like Subnautica 1, but has, you know, quite a bit more quality of life stuff. But that's not a bad thing. I mean, I love Subnautica 1, so... Computer talk too much. Yeah, that's honestly kind of understandable. Yeah, because I've got these improved fins, but I need conduit crystals, which I just don't know how to get. No idea. Can we make the bioscanner? I think we need crystals for that too, right? Yeah. They are probably super deep. Alright, you know what? We'll try to just go super deep and look for the crystals real quick, now that we have the depth module. Yeah, they should really remove the music when you encounter, like, a monster, because it just... It basically just, like, tells you that you're in danger. I feel like it's a little silly. I mean, it's like better if they, like, the monsters should be catching you. The monsters should be catching you off guard, you know what I mean? Or the fish. I mean, obviously you could, like, hear them. But yeah, the music makes it, like, know if they're makes you know if they're actively chasing you. Which is a little silly. Oh my god, what is that? Oh, is that? I think the crystal is actually just right here. Yep.
Warning. Maximum depth.
Oh shit.
Hull damage imminent.
I imagine I need the bioscanner for this thing. The hell even is this? Oh, it has one of the... Has one of those things on it. The adaptations. Oh, I didn't drop off the fucking other stuff. Well, let's just look for more of the crystal, I guess.
Warning. Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
What is
The
this?
peak viral bloom is produced by an infected angel comb. The comb contains useful adaptations, but it must be cleared of virus. Treatment must begin with the juvenile combs nearby. Following infected rock bores may lead you to these juveniles.
Escape the cycle.
I just want to find a little bit more of that crystal stuff. I only found one of them, though.
Extracting metal from seawater could provide renewable resources for massive construction projects. Pioneers on Rakshasa extracted lead for emergency shelters from the native ethel pools, preferring to die in toxic delirium rather than tumor-riddled agony.
Metal farm. Man, this game is going to be insane once it's done. Can you... I don't know if you can build it. I think it would... Could you build that? No, the game's in early access. Oh no, yeah, you can. Will naturally accumulate minerals from the surrounding environment. Oh, wow. Yeah, search function would be nice. Man, I can't find any of these crystals. I got 2 conduit crystals and that's it.
Warning. Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it is like... I was thinking about not playing... But there's gonna be so much more content when the game is fully released anyways, so... Because, I mean, we're only at... Dude, I don't know how deep they're gonna have you... Oh, yeah, I guess I could... Maybe you're right. Maybe I could scan them now. And we're just getting further away. But yeah, I mean, really though, like, think about how... like, you're probably gonna be going so deep by the end of this game. I wouldn't be surprised if you're going, like, fucking 2,000 meters deep or some shit. Dude, I don't know. These crystals, I have clearly have not found... I guess I got lucky with the crystals I found before, because, like... Oh. Let's not go that way. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Can I scan that? Advanced battery.
Dear Lord, Udal Singh, the Karakoram ruins imply a civilization that developed to the same level as pre-expansion Earth. They had electrical power, industrial metals, digital computers, orbital spaceflight, the whole suite. But they arrived to the same place along a different path. They got electricity first. I think they... Oh, hang on a minute, I've got to hide. I think the Axum
Oh my God.
can sense electricity, like sharks. And they figured out, hey, these long bacterial fibers, these things carry an electrical current. Then some clever Axum wrapped those fibers up into a generator. And once you've got a generator, you can make your own electricity. And start pulling metal from the seawater, farming the sea to make tools. All without one spark of fire. Imagine it. Undersea cities as old as Troy or Harappa, but with telegraph lines and electric lighting, thousands of years before the first flames. To us, electricity means modernity. To the Axum, it's as old as bronze.
Only got one. My fucking inventory is full of shit. Where'd the other one go? Where'd the other one go? Do I have another one? Get off of me. Oh, fuck's sakes. God damn it, dude. Ooh, what the hell is that? Feedback resonator?
Warning. Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
This is the one that I scanned before, right? Yeah. I just want to find one more of the crystal, because I want to make the bioscanner and I want to make the... bioscanner and the fins. But I think I need... Oh. Nice. It seems...
Warning. Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Because sometimes you only get one. Alright. I think we needed 2 crystals for each. Mark the spot. I don't have titanium and copper, unless it's in the back. No.
Habitat is gone. They destroyed themselves. We are now the only survivors. The ones who walked away in search of Jubilee. All of you have asked me, if we want to escape the cycle, why do we still have the biobeds?
Well, I don't think scanning the crystals really matters.
Why? This angel
Unless I need to scan it in order to use the scanner.
to us, and I choose to answer. I say to it, this is my body, given for you.
Yeah, honestly, it seems like some of them just don't have voice lines right now. It's kind of what it seems like. Yeah, no, I mean, it's fine, I'm just saying. Like, I thought it might have been a bug, but... Because some of them are working fine, so I assume some of them just don't have voice lines.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
Oops. All right.
Seek fresh water intake.
I need water. I want to make some jerky. Some fish jerky. Monka. I don't know if I'll be able to make the jerky with this. Try though.
Welcome aboard.
I can. Wonder if the fish go bad. Also, I haven't seen a fish tank yet. All right. Let's... What? Oh. Can I scan for the glass now? Good question. Let me see. No. Maybe you do have to scan the material? I could have sworn I didn't scan these other things, though. No, it doesn't seem like I can. Maybe because it's not in range? That's probably why. I would probably need to make a, like, build... I mean, I could... Yeah, I could probably go a bit further out and make a scanner station. What does it take, anyways, for that thing? I don't think it's too bad. Wiring kit, system chip, so it's like 2 copper, 1 silver, 3 titanium. And then another silver and copper wire. Plus something else. Yeah. We could basically just build like a single room. We could build like a single room, put the scanner station in there. Single room plus a hatch. Toss the scanner station in and then put like maybe just attach like a turbine to it or something. build it next to like a current. Could use solar panels, but it would just be annoying if it's nighttime. Yeah, it's only 3 titanium as well. And then you need a 3 titanium. Well, I mean, I'm not even sure if I need to do this right now, to be honest. I guess it depends, because we can make all the stuff we need now, I believe. Improved fins. See, how fast am I? Yeah, I could also build like a thermal plant.
Welcome aboard.
Well, doesn't feel like it's that big of an improvement, but hey, it's something. And what the heck? Reduces the noise of the tadpole. Oh. Oh, and then you could also make... Sure.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard. No way, I need one more fucking crystal for the bioscanner. Oh, damn. I thought it was 2. Whoa. Oh. Alright. Well, I'm gonna make a save here. I think I'm gonna call it a night here, chat. We'll, continue with Subnautica 2 tomorrow. We have so much to explore. I feel like I'm getting kind of tired, so I think it's best to just... Like, this area that we have to explore is fucking massive, so... I think it's for the best if we just save that for tomorrow with a fresh mind. We've been streaming almost, like, 11 hours anyways. But yeah, this game is really, really fun. I wish the game was fully out. I know I've said that like 100 times now, but yeah. Well, I mean, the content in the game is really good. It's been very fun. I imagine tomorrow we'll probably get to the end of like early access, especially because we already saw the early access like border in that one area. Yeah, I imagine we probably have like one more stream left of the game. Yeah, it's really good. Back to DS1 Rando Jail. Yeah. Yeah.